Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagud here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, please do let me know. Give me a thumbs up. Done. Let's start. Let's start. So, last class, that is Monday, day for yesterday, we started with the discussion on the concept of subsidies, correct? So, what are subsidies? Subsidies essentially are nothing but the financial assistance that is given by the government. Financial assistance that is given by the government to the beneficiaries. The beneficiary could be an individual, the beneficiary could be right a household, the beneficiary could be a company, etc. So the financial assistance that is given by the government to the beneficiary is called as a subsidy. Now, why does the government provide subsidy? It will provide subsidy so that you can get better quality inputs. It will provide subsidy to promote production, to promote exports, etc. But having said so, are there any concerns regarding subsidies? Of course, yes. Whenever government will provide subsidies, it might lead to higher revenue expenditure deficit burden for the government. Second, whatever subsidies are given may or may not be given to the right beneficiaries. We might end up providing the subsidies for everyone, which is not actually required. Then whenever subsidies are provided, it will create certain inefficiency in the market, right? It would create supply demand mismatch in the market, etc. After that, what are the kinds of subsidies? Classification of subsidies we have seen: direct, indirect, universal, targeted, implicit, explicit, etc. Then we have seen, right, other classification also: input subsidy, price subsidy, etc. Right. After that, we started discussing the concept of fertilizers. Certain types of subsidies, fertilizers. And in case of fertilizers, what we have discussed, the three very important. In fact, there are four. The three very important fertilizers are: one, nitrogenous based fertilizer, that is urea. Second one is a diammonium phosphate, and the third one is a muriate of potash. That basically NPK, right? N, P, and K. After that, after that, we have discussed the process, how the subsidies are provided. The process, how subsidies are provided by the government. For example, if you remember, I said in the context of the urea, in the context of urea, the government will provide subsidies basically on the cost of production. Government will decide what is the market price, that is the MRP at which you are supposed to sell, and right, whatever is the difference, whatever is basically the difference between the actual price that you wanted to sell and the price at which government of India has asked you to sell, that is provided by the government. Whereas on the other side, in the context of the diammonium phosphate as well as muriate of potash, the methodology that we are following is referred to as the nutrient based subsidy, NBS, nutrient based subsidy. In nutrient based subsidy, what do? We basically provide based on the consumption of nutrients, right? Consumption of nutrients, how much nutrients are consumed per kg, the nutrients prices are decided, government will provide, that is subsidy prices are decided, government will provide the amount of subsidy based on the consumption of nutrients. Then we basically saw how much subsidies are provided for agriculture sector, how much is imported, how much is produced, etc., etc. Okay, now let me continue from here. In case of diammonium phosphate and a muriate of potash, the government pays the subsidy based on the quantity used, that is, nutrients that are used. Whereas in case of urea, the government will decide what is the retail price. Government will decide retail price. So, what about DAP and MOP? Does government decide retail price? No. Government will pay the subsidy based on which the private sector will decide what is the retail price. It will provide subsidy for the domestic producers. It will provide subsidy for the importers. And who is allowed to import urea in India? Please remember this. Remember the next point. In case of urea, the people, that is the companies who are allowed to import urea, is again decided by the government. I repeat, the companies which are allowed to import urea is again decided by the government itself. right? That is, agencies which are allowed to import urea are India Potash Limited, Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers, National Fertilizers Limited, etc., are allowed to import urea into India. And whenever you control import, basically through agencies, this is called as canalization. I repeat, you're trying to decide who will import it, how much they will import it. This process is called as canalization. The movement of fertilizers is directed, the government will decide, right? I believe we have discussed the term physical controls last week. Government will decide how much of the fertilizers you'll be selling in which state. Some of the fertilizer government does decide it. So these are certain very important points in the context of, right, the urea as well as a DAP and MOP. Now, right, what are the issues in case of urea? What are the problems in case of urea? One, there is a lot of black marketing that is done for urea. Lot of black marketing is done. What do you mean by black marketing? It refers to an economic activity beyond permitted government methods. Sir, how urea, or let's say how fertilizers are black marketed? I'll just show you a simple exercise here. Imagine this is the producer of fertilizer. The producer of fertilizer will sell these fertilizers. Okay, no issues. The producer of fertilizers will send these fertilizers, let's say, to the shop, and from the shop, these are supposed to be sold to the farmers. Now, this is the normal channel. All of you are okay with this? Please do let me know. Producer will give the fertilizer to the shop, and the shopkeeper is supposed to sell this fertilizer to the farmer. Now, what if the shopkeeper, rather than selling it to the farmer, will sell it to their friends, right? Or let's say there is one more shop, they will sell it to them. And from this shop, they will try to sell it to the farmers. Can I call this as black marketing? Black market in the sense, government is allowing this process. Government says, I'll give a very simple example. Government says, I am given the license. I am supposed to sell the fertilizer directly to the farmer. But what I will do, I will not sell all the fertilizer to the farmer directly, right? Imagine you are my friend. I will give some of the fertilizer to you. You will sell it at a much higher price to the farmer. Can I call this as a black marketing? Please do let me know. Can I call this as a black marketing? Black marketing means what? Selling beyond permitted levels, using some other method to sell in the market and not the method which was recommended by government of India. Now you might ask me, sir, why are you doing it? What is the advantage? Why do you follow this process? Why not sell it directly to the farmer? If I sell it directly to the farmer, let's say I will get, right, a 270, 280, whatever the price of the fertilizer is. Now, rather than me selling directly, what if I give it to my friend who is not supposed to sell? Who is not supposed to sell, but they will sell it to you at much higher prices? Have you seen all of this happening in the market? In case of certain medicines, etc., etc., right? Certain middlemen, stouts will be there who are not supposed to be selling all of them. They will sell it to you, but at a higher price, and you will end up buying from them because it is not available through the normal channels. It is not available through the normal government approved channels. Best example, during pandemic, have you heard of this particular drug, remdesivir? During pandemic, have you heard of this particular drug, remdesivir? It was black marketed. And the best example, all of you will relate to it. Have you heard of black ticketing? Black tickets, not through the counter, but somebody would purchase from the counter and sell it to you at a much higher price. And objective is simple in this process. The objective is to make more and more profits through illegal methods. So first one is black marketing. Black marketing is done, right, and this will create shortage for the farmers, and right, basically the middlemen will make a lot of revenue. Okay. Second, inefficient subsidies given to domestic manufacturers. Right, in case of domestic manufacturers, government will provide subsidies, for example, urea, based on the cost of production. But last week, I'm sorry, not last week, last class, Monday, please tell me, between DAP, MOP subsidy and urea subsidy, Don't you think? Please recollect it. Don't you think providing subsidy based on NBS is always better? Please participate. Providing, right? Don't you think providing subsidies based on NBS is always a much better system compared to, right, a cost of production? So we need to shift. We need to shift from, right, the urea based subsidy to nutrient based subsidy. And finally, disparity in the usage. Disparity in the usage. Now, please have a look at this particular number here. And some of the students are asking, what is DAP? My dear, it's hardly been more than 48 hours since we have discussed all of it. Hardly been more than 48 hours. And you already have forgotten what is DAP, what is MOP, which basically shows that you are not revising. Okay. So, what is the optimal usage ratio? The optimal usage ratio is 4 is to 2 is to 1. That is, for 4 units of nitrogen, you are supposed to use 2 units of phosphorus and 1 unit of potassium. That is optimal usage. Optimal usage. But in case of India, on one side, urea is given the highest subsidy. Do you remember that? Urea is given the highest subsidy, and urea in the market is somewhere available at a price of around 270 rupees per bag. But on the other hand, you can get diammonium phosphate and muriate of potash. The prices of a diammonium phosphate and muriate of potash is at least 1000 rupees. I'll repeat the statement. In case of India, because of very high amount of subsidy, urea is available at around 270 rupees per bag. Whereas in the context of DAP and MOP, the bags are available in the market, including subsidy, at around 1000 rupees. Now you tell me the farmers will purchase which of the fertilizers in more quantities. Think of it. It should not be very difficult. Think of it. Right? 270 per bag and at least 1000 rupee per bag. So don't you think farmers will purchase more and more of urea only? Correct. They will consume more and more of urea only. As a result of this, what will happen? We are supposed to use nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in the ratio of 4 is to 2 is to 1. If you consume more of urea, can I say consumption of nitrogen will be very high? That is exactly what is given in the ratios here. Rather than having an optimal ratio of a 4 is to 2 is to 1, and please remember this is all over India on an average. On an average, optimal means on an average. Because of all of this, right, the consumption of nitrogen, right, nitrogenous waste fertilizers is very, very high. Now, what is the problem with consumption of more of nitrogen? Let me know. Have you heard of eutrophication? Let me know, please. Right, let me know. Again, it is this we you must have discussed in your college, in your high school. It will be covered again in ecology classes, but at least your high school knowledge you should be able to remember. The nitrogen pollution will be very high. Soil quality, right, the quality of the soil, right, will start falling down. Fertility of the soil will start falling down. Eutrophication will happen. Algal blooms will be created, etc., etc. So all of these are the problems associated with the more and more or very higher consumption of nitrogen, right? So these are some of the issues related to fertilizer subsidies. Okay, now what are the reforms? What are the reforms? Let me start with one very simple reform. In context of fertilizer, generally whenever fertilizer bags are sold, right, in context of fertilizers, when fertilizer bags are sold, these are sold in a weightage of 50 kgs. These are generally sold in a weightage of 50 kgs. But remember this, for urea, a bag of urea is not actually 50 kgs. It is reduced to 45 kgs. In the context of urea, it is not 50, rather it is 45 kgs. Some of you might be thinking, what is the logic behind it? Why, rather than giving it 50 kgs, why we have reduced it to 45 kgs? There is a particular reason for it. Government of India found that many of the farmers go to the shop, purchase fertilizers in the context of bags. They'll go and ask for 5 bags, 4 bags, 3 bags of urea, right? 10 bags of urea. Now look at this. If a bag has 50 kgs urea And if I go to a shop and purchase a 10 bags, is it okay? It simply means I've purchased a 500 kgs of urea. Whereas on the other side, if the weightage of the bag is reduced to 45 kgs, even now I'll go to the shop and simply purchase a 10 bags of urea, which means how many kgs of urea I've purchased now? I've purchased 450 kgs of urea. All of you okay with this? So without knowledge, without basically the farmer realizing, the government of India, by changing the weightage of the fertilizers to a certain extent, has reduced the consumption of urea. Anybody has a problem with this? Without knowledge, right? Without me realizing this, government has changed it, and the farmers are purchasing lower quantity of urea. So this is one method through which government is trying to rationalize consumption of urea. Second one is DBT in fertilizers. We'll discuss this in a minute. Just have some patience. We'll discuss. DBT simply stands for direct benefit transfer in fertilizers. And the third very important point is nano fertilizers now. Nano fertilizers. So please tell me, in the last 2 or 3 days, did you people come across nano fertilizers? Let me see. In the last 2 to 3 days, have you people come across the term nano fertilizers? Have you read something about nano fertilizers? Right? So, nano fertilizer plant in Kalol, that is Gujarat. Yesterday's business line newspaper, there's an article on nano fertilizer. Government is promoting consumption of nano fertilizers, but some of the experts are saying we need to study more about the impact of nano fertilizers, etc., etc. So nano fertilizer is very, very famous now. Let's try and understand that later. Now, what is this DBT? I said DBT basically stands for direct benefit transfer. I'll come back to this. Just give me a minute. DBT simply stands for direct benefit transfer, right? So remember this. What is DBT? DBT is an initiative of Government of India. This we have discussed last class also. Discussed in the sense I said certain points. Direct benefit transfer is an initiative. It's an initiative of Government of India, under which we have recognized, we have identified more than 300 schemes wherein either kind subsidies are provided as well as cash subsidies are provided. And under the direct benefit transfer initiative, what we are trying to do is very simple. We are trying to identify the beneficiary and ensure that only the right beneficiary will get the benefit. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Under DBT, direct benefit transfer, what are we trying to do? We are trying to identify the beneficiary and ensure that the right beneficiary will get the benefit. Right? How they will do it? Any example? I've given you the examples. Do you remember example of National Food Security Act? Please tell me, Monday's class. Do you remember the example of National Food Security Act, where I said 5 kgs of food grains are provided, etc., etc. If I go to a ration shop today, do you think I will be getting 5 kgs of food grains? No. Government is identifying the beneficiaries, more than 81 crore people, and only those 81 crore people will be getting 5 kgs of food grains. How is that possible? How we are able to identify them? Government says, I will use a direct benefit transfer. The idea for direct benefit transfer was introduced in 2013 with very less number of schemes. Some of the books will say 2013 and 14 financial year. Right, so with very few of the schemes we introduced it, but today more than 300 schemes have been identified under the direct benefit transfer. So either these are cash subsidies or kind subsidies, will identify the beneficiary and ensure that the right beneficiary will get the benefit. That is called as a model of DBT. Now, I'll come back to this slide. Don't worry. How we have implemented DBT in fertilizers, understand it. Earlier, without DBT, non-DBT structure, what used to happen? Follow the process here. Step 1, producer will produce fertilizers, manufacture fertilizers, right? Send it to the shop. The shopkeeper used to sell the fertilizer to the beneficiaries, right? Let's say to the farmers, and Government used to provide the subsidies based on how much fertilizers have been sold in the market to the producer. Any problem? Any problem with the process here? I'll repeat the process. Follow the step numbers here. The producer, imagine I'm the producer. I will produce fertilizers, send it to the villages. And when these are sold in the villages to the farmers, right, basically, I would be getting subsidy from the government of India. Now look at the process and please tell me, can government of India come to know and ensure that the farmers will get the fertilizers in non-DBT structure? Let me know. Look at the non-DBT structure. Can government of India, one, come to know who are the beneficiaries, and second, ensure that this fertilizer will reach only to the farmer? There is no way. There is no way to find out. Some of you are saying yes. No way. Why? What if I'm the shopkeeper, hypothetically? What if I'm the shopkeeper? Rather than selling it to the farmer, I will deviate, I will divert this to, let's say, an industry. Possibility is there or not? I will simply deviate it to a particular company, industry. Sir, why? Why will the industries use fertilizers? Please tell me, can I say fertilizer is nothing but chemicals? Let me know. Fertilizers is nothing but chemicals. All of you are okay? Nitrogen, right? Phosphorus, etc. Chemicals. And these kind of chemicals are used in many other industries as well. For example, what if it is an industry involved in making of explosives? What if it is an industry involved in making of hazardous chemicals? So these kind of chemicals can be used in many other industries. So what is the guarantee that I will not deviate it to industry? Right? There is no guarantee. And in fact, to address this only, right? To address this only, earlier government of India had implemented a program called as the neem coating neem coating of urea. Remember this as well. Neem coating of urea. What is this neem coating of urea? Right? If you check in the Google how urea looks, urea is basically in the form of crystals. Right? I recommend that you check it. All of you see in the sugar crystals, right? All of you see in the sugar crystals in the same way, right? In order to address that, there is no deviation done to the industries. Government basically introduced the concept of neem coating of urea. What is this neem coating of urea? Urea crystals will be coated with neem extract. Nothing. Urea crystals will have a coating of, right, let's say neem. And when you have neem coating of urea, it cannot be diverted to industries. It can be used only by the farmers because neem is an insecticide. So that is the precise reason neem coating was introduced by the government. But even then, you think of it. Even if neem coating is done, can government of India ensure this neem coated urea will not be black marketed under non-DBT? Think of it. Even if neem coating is done, let's say neem coating is done, the diversion would be addressed. You cannot divert it to, right, let's say industries. But even then, can government of India ensure no black marketing is done? There is no way to find out, right? You cannot ensure that only farmers will purchase it. That is also not possible to find out. That is the precise reason government has proposed the model called as a DBT. That is the reason there is a process called as a DBT now, right? There is a proposal. Some of the areas we are trying it out. What happens in DBT? Follow the steps here. Step 1, fertilizer will be produced. Step 2, fertilizer will be sold to the farmer. But now under DBT, the farmer will have to identify himself or herself. The farmer will have to identify himself or herself. How? Right? Can I provide my thumbprint and validate my identity using Aadhaar? Simple. Can I provide my thumbprint and validate? Validate means prove that I'm a beneficiary under, right? Let's say this fertilizer subsidy. Of course, yes. So I will provide my thumbprint, validate my identity, and now a receipt is generated. The shopkeeper will have to generate a receipt saying that Mr. Sham Kagod, who is a farmer, has purchased so many bags of fertilizer. Now, after this, the subsidies are transferred by the government to the producer of fertilizer. So in this DBT system, government is ensuring that there is a record of it. Please understand, there is a record, there is a transaction, right? So government is ensuring that only the farmers will be able to get access to fertilizer subsidies. So this is how government is trying to ensure. This is how government is trying to ensure that right beneficiaries will be getting the right benefits. Done. Now, if I can do that, right? Let me know if I can do that. Can I say government will be able to reduce? Government will be able to reduce the subsidy burden. Fertilizer subsidy I'm talking about. If government will introduce the DBT model, right, can government of India reduce the subsidy burden? Of course, yes. And some of you are asking, sir, why is government of India not directly giving money to the farmer? Why not? Why not directly give it to the farmer? Why this, right, a circus like this? Reason is very simple. Imagine you are a farmer. I will ask you to purchase 10 bags of urea, and let's say 600 rupees per bag. I will give you subsidies. 600 into 10 will be 6,000 rupees. So please tell me, as a farmer, please think of this as a farmer. What do you prefer? Purchasing, right, under DBT, purchasing under DBT at 70 rupees per bag and government giving subsidy to the producer, or purchasing at 1,000 rupee per bag and after that receiving subsidies from the government. Think of it. Would you prefer purchasing the bag of right urea 270? You're not worried about subsidy. Government will give subsidy to the producer, or else you'll pay 1,000 rupee today, and after that, let's say 15 days, 20 days, or 30 days, government will transfer the subsidy into your account. Don't you think this is much better? This is much better. Why? You're talking about a farmer. You're talking about a farmer. Farmer cannot pay the market price today and wait for 10 days, 15 days, 20 days to keep on receiving subsidies from the government. That's the reason government says I will not transfer it to the account of the farmer. That takes a longer time period. Better we follow this method where I will provide subsidies to the company continuously I'll provide it. But only thing is that, right, we need to validate that the farmers are purchasing the fertilizers. Done. So this is basically the argument of a DBT. Farmer is supposed to identify using Aadhaar or Kisan credit card. Subsidy will be credited to the manufacturer. It is estimated that at least 20% of the subsidies can be saved by the government using this method. Very important. Government has been using it. Again, not at all India level. It will take time, but definitely yes, this is a very important reform. Now, I've given you 4 reforms. One of the reform is nano fertilizer. We'll take it up when I take up agriculture. One of the reform is nano fertilizers. Very, very famous now. What is nano fertilizer, right? Why are we using? What is the advantage of nano? Are there any concerns? We'll discuss that when I take up agriculture sector. Have patience. Now, let me go to the next concept, direct benefit transfer. What is a direct benefit transfer? As earlier mentioned, it is an initiative of Government of India. It is an initiative of Government of India, right, which was introduced from 2013 in India, under which Government of India says we will identify the beneficiaries and ensure that benefits will reach the right beneficiaries. Now, what are the objectives? What are the reasons why we have introduced DBT? We'll be able to accurately identify and target the beneficiaries using this. There will be transparency in the fund transfers to the beneficiaries, because the account, right, understand this, the accounts will be used, money will be transferred, right, to directly to the account. So don't you think, because there is no middleman in the system, there is a transparency in the system how much beneficiary each of the beneficiary is going to receive. Curbing the leakages in the delivery process, no middleman is there, no, right, let's say there are no let's say intermediaries in between, hence government can basically address the issue of leakages. Diversion will not take place. Creation of a greater accountability for the government today, for example, let me see, in the last 2 to 3 days, have you people read the newspaper? The finance minister, right, had stated that because of a direct benefit transfers. Right? I repeat, because of direct benefit transfers, government has been able to save more than 2 trillion rupees in the form of subsidies. If you have not read it, please read that article. It appeared in multiple newspapers, not just one, multiple newspapers. Because of direct benefit transfer, Government of India itself says we have been able to save more than 2.7 trillion rupees in the form of subsidies. Next one, increase in the efficiency of the scheme and effectiveness of the scheme because of timely implementation will also be improved. All these points I've taken from this year's economic survey. I repeat, all of these points I've taken from this year's economic survey itself, so please be very careful. Now, what are the number of schemes which have been introduced, which have been covered under direct benefit transfer? Please have a look at it. 2013 and 14, we started with 28 schemes. By 22 and 23, there are 310 schemes. In fact, in fact, if you see the Government of India's website, right, there's a scheme, there is a website for DBT only. There's a website for DBT, direct benefit transfer only. Government of India's website says there are 312 schemes, 312. But in the economic survey, they have mentioned 310 schemes. Doesn't matter. You can write that there are more than 300 schemes which are covered under direct benefit transfer. And I said there can be schemes which are cash schemes, which are kind schemes as well, right? So in case of cash schemes, how much DBT, right? How much funds have been transferred under this? More than 1.7 lakh crore rupee, and here it is 2.08 lakh crore rupees in 22 and 23. And how many eligible beneficiaries are there? How many eligible beneficiaries? And before you start asking question on eligible beneficiary, please read the next term which is there in the bracket. Please read the term which is there in the bracket, because I know many of you will start thinking like this: 129 crore, 144 crore, 178 crore, 159 crore. But I read India's population is 130 crore. How is that possible? How is that possible that when population is 130 crore, number of beneficiaries are 170 crore? Can you read the term here? Non-unique. Non-unique means what? For example, a farmer, please do let me know. Can a farmer be covered under Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi as well as National Food Security Act? Let me know. Can I say the farmer, same farmer, can be covered under PM Kisan as well as NFSA? Can I call this a farmer as a non-unique beneficiary? I will count it as a two beneficiary under two schemes. That is exactly what they have done. That is exactly what they have done. Non-unique beneficiaries. Non-unique means a beneficiary will be a beneficiary in multiple schemes. We will count all of them individually. Right? That's the reason number is higher than population. Do not be worried about it. And there are certain people who are asking, how can the schemes reduce? My dear, please understand, over a period of time, can certain schemes be merged into only one scheme? Yes or no? Let me know. Right? Can multiple schemes be taken, merged into only one scheme? Possible. Can certain schemes be discontinued? Possible. So as a result of this, restructuring, discontinuation, mergers, etc., etc., you will see number of schemes will keep on changing. Number of schemes will keep on changing from one year to next year. You do not worry about it. Okay, done? Right? So this is basically the concept of direct benefit transfer. Sir, any example of a merger of a scheme? My dear, uh, uh, last year, I'll take a very recent example. Have you heard of this scheme? Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. Let me see. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, PMGKAY. Couple of years ago, it was introduced, that is in 2020. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana was implemented separately. National Food Security Act was implemented separately. So two schemes. Government of India has announced that Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana will be merged with National Food Security Act. So can I say, right, last year, if you look at food subsidies, beneficiaries, there were beneficiaries in two different schemes. Now there'll be beneficiaries under only one scheme. So merger, right, restructuring, discontinuation, etc., etc., all of these will keep on happening. You do not worry about it. Okay. Now, next, in case of DBT, how do we implement a direct benefit transfer? How do we implement it? I'm pretty sure all of you heard of JAM Trinity. You might have not read it, but I'm pretty sure you might have heard of JAM Trinity. What is this JAM Trinity? JAM stands for Janadhan, Aadhaar and Mobile. Simple. It stands for Janadhan, Aadhaar and Mobile. Now, what do we do, right? How JAM Trinity is associated with the DBT? In case of the direct benefit transfer, there are multiple schemes wherein, let's say, cash subsidies are supposed to be provided. I repeat, cash subsidies are supposed to be provided. Now, how do we ensure that these schemes will be implemented? We use the concept of JAM Trinity. Now, look at the statement. JAM Trinity, can I say, will be used to implement DBT. All of you okay with this? I'll prove it. How? I'll prove it how. Just have patience. Can I say JAM Trinity will be used for implementation? It will enable the implementation of direct benefit transfer. Many of you are asking, sir, how DBT will be implemented through JAM? Let me show it to you. Imagine I'm a beneficiary. I'm a beneficiary, and government is supposed to provide a subsidy to me. Let's say 100 rupee or 500, doesn't matter. I'm supposed to receive certain subsidy. Step number one, government will use Aadhaar as a tool for authenticating me. Any problem with this? Step one, government will use Aadhaar to authenticate. Authenticate means government knows that I'm a beneficiary, right? And in the system, right, Aadhaar number will be linked to the scheme, which means when I provide my thumbprint, the system says I'm a beneficiary. So first one, yes, Aadhaar will be used to authenticate. Second, now let's say hypothetically two systems here. What if it is a cash subsidy? What if it is a kind subsidy? What if it is a cash subsidy? What if it is a kind subsidy? So in case of cash subsidy, in addition to Aadhaar, Government of India has asked me to open Janadhan Yojana account. At PM Janadhan Yojana account. Now please do let me know. 2 weeks ago, I'd given you one article regarding Pradhan Mantri Janadhan Yojana account. Have you people read it? The number of Pradhan Mantri Janadhan accounts in case of India are going to cross more than 50 crore. Very, very nice article, very important article. Please read that if you are yet to read. So second will be Pradhan Mantri Janadhan Yojana accounts will be used to transfer the benefit into my account. Now I can use my mobile connectivity, internet banking, mobile banking, etc., to utilize the funds which are there in my Janadhan Yojana accounts. So please tell me, right, because of the three pillars, that is Janadhan, Aadhaar and mobile, because of these three pillars, they will call this as a JAM Trinity. Anybody has a problem with this system? Let me know. Does anybody have a problem with this system? Process is very simple, right? I've given the same thing here also. Step number one, government will identify the beneficiary. Government will identify through what? Aadhaar. Now government will transfer the benefit into the bank account. And third one is the beneficiary will access the bank account using mobile banking, internet banking, etc. So Janadhan, Aadhaar and mobile. Now question will be, sir, what if cash subsidy is not there? It is a kind of subsidy, right? If it is a kind of subsidy, can I simply say mobile connectivity is not required? All of you are okay? Right? Let me know. If it is a kind of subsidy, mobile connectivity, internet is not required there. In that case, how it will work out? Simple. In case of kind of subsidy, for example, let's say NFSA, National Food Security Act. I will go to the ration shop, provide my authentication using Aadhaar. Provide my authentication using Aadhaar. I will provide my thumbprint. System will say I'm a beneficiary, and whatever is the kind of subsidy will be provided to me. Whatever is the kind of subsidy, for example, 5 kgs of food grains. The 5 kgs of food grains will be provided to me. This is how, in case of kind, the direct benefit transfer will be used. Any problem with this? So DBT can be used to provide cash subsidies also as well as kind subsidies also. Right? So this is basically the model of direct benefit transfer. Now there is one concern which has been raised. One concern. I'll come back to this current affairs. One concern. Let's say cash subsidies are provided to me by the government. Simple example, imagine government of India wants me to purchase, right, let's say food grains. Cash subsidy is given to me. In fact, under NFSA, I'll discuss this later. Cash subsidy, we are trying it out. Or let's say under one more scheme, government is giving me 200 rupees. I'm supposed to purchase certain medicines. Now, please tell me, can government of India guarantee, I repeat, can government of India guarantee that I will use the subsidy for the right purposes? Think of it. Can government of India guarantee that I'm going to use the subsidy only for the right purpose? That is, imagine I've received 100 rupee to purchase food grain. Can government of India ensure I will use it only for food grain? No, they can't do that. Right? Why? Once the money is transferred into my account, for what purpose I will use it, government cannot keep a track of it. They cannot send, right, let's say one government official behind you to keep on checking what you will use the 100 rupees for. That's not possible. In that case, what is the solution then? Now there is a latest innovative tool that has been introduced by the government of India through RBI, e-rupee system. E-rupee system, very, very famous now. Please understand this very carefully. And point number one, when I'm talking about e-rupee here, I'm basically talking about a digital voucher. I'm talking about a digital voucher. What is this digital voucher? What is the use of it? You'll understand. Do not be confused with e-rupee, right? That is this rupee. Do not get confused with this rupee. This electronic rupee is a central board digital currency. This e-rupee is different. This e-rupee is different. I hope you understand this. This is a central bank digital currency. RBI, for example, I'm pretty sure most of you might have received this message now. RBI has proposed a new system of right issuing currency that is called as e-rupee. What is this e-rupee? RBI rather than printing money, simple. RBI rather than printing money, they will give you digital currencies. Anybody has a problem? I'm talking about this one. I repeat, I'm talking about this one, right? This e-rupee, right? That is, I'll use the red marker now. I'm talking about this e-rupee. RBI, rather than printing currency, will give you money directly into your wallet in the digital form, not in the physical form, in the digital form. Sir, how can I use it? Very simple, right? I'm pretty sure most of you have received an invite from your bank because RBI is telling the banks, promote it. Most of the banks are providing this facility. You will have to open a wallet with your bank, right? Your bank will allow you to open a wallet. For example, you might have heard of Paytm wallet, similar concept. So you will open a wallet for digital currency and right, you can convert your bank account money into digital money, that is e-rupee. Now, if I want to transfer this money to you, you will also have to have a wallet. I will transfer from one wallet to another wallet. That's it. Just like Paytm. I'm pretty sure all of you use Paytm, but in case of Paytm, you will transfer money from your bank account into Paytm wallet. That is not digital rupee, right? But here, instead of printing 100 rupee and giving it to you, they will transfer the 100 rupee into your wallet account. That e-rupee is different. This e-rupee is different. Don't be confused. Okay, don't be confused. So come back to this e-rupee. It's a digital voucher. It's a digital voucher. What do you mean by digital voucher? Let me give a very simple example. Very simple example. Imagine you went to a shopping mall. You purchased 10,000 rupee worth of something, and the mall gave you a voucher, and they say, sir, the value of the voucher is 5,000 rupee. You can use it to purchase only food from our mall. Now please do let me know, can you use this voucher which was issued by mall 1 in any other mall? Let me know, please think of it. Right, if it was issued by mall 1, can you use it in anywhere else? Of course no. Otherwise, sir, very difficult to understand. Let's say you will use Paytm for conducting transaction. They will give you a coupon. They will give you a voucher. Can you take that voucher and use it in, let's say, phone pay? That will not be allowed. You can use it only in right Paytm wallet. So again, argument is the voucher you can use it only in that mall. Second, can you use that voucher which was given for food? A coupon that was given for food for you, can you use it to purchase clothes? Think of it. Can you use it to purchase clothes? No, you can't use it. You will have to use it only for purchasing food. Now come back to the same logic. Use the same logic where government will give you a coupon and government says the value of coupon is 100 rupee. You will have to use it to purchase only food grains in the market. Government says I will give you a coupon. Value is let's say 1 lakh rupees. You will have to use it to get surgery done from the hospital. Government will give you a coupon of 10,000 rupees. You will have to use it, right, to purchase medicines only, right? So these are basically the concept of e-rupee. These are vouchers. Simple, these are vouchers. But please understand, these coupons or vouchers are not issued in physical form. These are issued in digital versions. Simple idea. Okay, these are not issued in physical, but rather these are issued in digital form. How it will be used? Let's understand it. The concept of e-rupee has been developed by NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. Along with NPCI, there was a Department of Financial Services, right? Department of Financial Services is part of Ministry of Finance. It is part of Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, that was also part of it. NHM, National Health Mission, that was also part of it. Those are asking questions how to use it, etc., etc. Hold on to that. I have not yet completed e-rupee. Have patience. It is a cashless, contactless, person specific, purpose specific voucher. How? Have patience. I'll explain. Have patience. Now, it is an electronic voucher based digital payment system. How it will work out? Let me show it now. How it will work out? Please follow the process carefully. We'll go step by step. Follow the process. Imagine government wants me to provide 1,000 rupee subsidy of 1,000 rupee and they want me to use it for purchasing only the food grain or let's say only to purchase medicines. Simple. Government wants me to give 1,000 rupee subsidy and they want me to use it only for purchasing right medicines from the shop. Right now, what is the process? Follow this. Here, government will be referred to as a sponsor. Government will be referred to as sponsor of the services. Step number one, government will take my mobile number, name of the beneficiary along with the mobile number, approach a bank and deposit 1,000 rupees. Deposit 1,000 rupee into the bank. Now, the bank will use my mobile number and send a QR code to my mobile number. Bank will send a QR code to my mobile number. Now, some of you will simply say, sir, if QR code is sent, it will work out only if it is a smartphone. What if I have a normal phone, right? Not the smartphone, the normal one. In that case, government says, we will send you SMS, right? We'll send you SMS, right? And now you will take this QR code, approach the service provider. Now, can I simply say service provider? It will be nothing but medicine shop. All of you okay with this? In this example, the service provider will be nothing but medical shop. I will go to the medical shop. I will submit the QR code. Now, the medical shop owner will scan the QR code. They'll simply scan the QR code. I will receive OTP. I will simply receive OTP. I will provide OTP to the medical shop owner. Now, after they will enter the OTP, they will provide medicine to me. They'll simply come to know, okay, this is 1,000 rupee for medicine purposes. They will provide medicines to me. Now, after this, the service provider will submit the proof to the bank saying that, okay, see, I've given the medicines of 1,000 rupee to the beneficiary here, and the bank which already has 1,000 rupee from the government will transfer the fund to the service provider. Right? These are the steps which is supposed to be followed under the e-rupee. Now, question number one, please think of it and tell me, does beneficiary require a bank account in this system? I repeat, does beneficiary require a bank account in this system? Are Baba, listen to me. Some of you are not listening. Does beneficiary, who is the beneficiary? Here is the beneficiary, right? Why is the requirement there? Some of you are saying yes. Where is the requirement? Please do let me know. Beneficiary doesn't require any bank account, my dear. Right? You don't need to have any bank account. Why? Bank will send a QR code to you. You will go to the service provider, show the QR code. Why do you need, right, a bank account? So there is no need of a bank account. So can I say one of the biggest problems in DBT? One of the biggest problems in DBT was having bank account of the beneficiaries, because if the bank account is there, only then cash subsidies were supposed to be transferred into the bank account. And even if the bank account is there, please do let me know. Do you think every village in India has a banking branch? This should be pretty clear to all of you now. Do you think every village has a banking branch? Of course, no. Right? Don't you think accessibility becomes a problem for them? Accessibility becomes a problem for them. Getting access to their bank account becomes a problem. So that is the reason. Point number one, beneficiaries don't require any bank account. Point number two, if the QR code is for purchasing medicines, can you use it for anything else? Think of it. If the QR code is for purchasing medicines, can you use it for anything else? No. You will have to purchase only medicines. Point number three. Can the beneficiary be targeted, identified, and ensure that only this beneficiary will get QR code? Of course, yes. Right? Can we target the beneficiary? Of course, yes. And point number four, the beneficiary or the service provider in this system, do you think they are running behind government officials for the release of funds? Think of it. In this process, do you think they are taking their documents, going to government officials and saying, sir, I'm supposed to get this 1,000 rupee, please release it, etc., etc.? No. Right? Now look at the four terms. Now please look at the four terms. Is it a cashless system? Cashless means, am I getting a cash of 1,000 rupee as a beneficiary? Think of it. Am I getting as a beneficiary? My dear, listen. As a beneficiary, am I getting a cash of 1,000 rupee? No. Right? I'm not getting cash subsidy of 1,000. I'm getting a QR code worth 1,000 rupee. Cashless. Is it contactless? Am I running behind government officials? Is the service provider running behind government officials? No. Amount is already there in the bank account. Service provider will submit the proof and they will get the funds. Is it person specific? Is it person specific? Can the codes be used for specific people only? Beneficiaries? Yes. Is it purpose specific? Can we use a QR code only for purchasing of food grains? Can we use QR code only for medicines? Etc. etc. Yes. All of these are the features of e-rupee. All of these are the features of e-rupee system. Mobile phone numbers of the beneficiary will be utilized. Who are the four participants in the whole system? It could be government or the private sector as a service sponsor. In fact, government says e-rupee can be used by the private sector also. I repeat, e-rupee can be used by the private sector also. How? I'll give you one example. Just give me a minute. Service provider is there. It could be a school. Service provider could be a shopkeeper, medical store owner. It could be a hospital. It could be a school. It could be anything where subsidies are provided by the government. Bank is there as well as beneficiaries are there. These are the four stakeholders under the concept of e-rupee system. Now, how can this be used by the private sector? How can this be used by the private sector? Right, the private sector, imagine you are the owner of a company, I am an employee. Right, you are the owner of a company, you own a company now, At 650, congratulations, you're an entrepreneur, businessman, and I'm working in your company. You want to provide money to me so that I will get vaccination done. Was this used by many private sector companies? Let me know. That is vaccination concept. You want, right, me to get vaccinated because I'm an employee, but you want to ensure that whatever subsidy you give to me, let's say 750 or 700 rupees, you want me to ensure that I will get vaccination. But how do you ensure that? How do you ensure that? Let's start. Imagine this is a private sector company. Imagine this is a private sector company. Now, they will take that 700 rupee vaccination amount. They will take the 700 rupee, deposit that amount in the bank. Now, the bank has my details. They will send the QR code to me. I will take the QR code, go to the hospital. Hospital will scan the QR code. I will get an OTP. I will give the OTP to the hospital. The transaction is completed. Now they will give me vaccination. They will submit the proof to the bank, and bank will transfer the 700 rupees into the account of hospital. All of you okay with this? Can we use this model even for providing certain assistance in private sector now? Right? Of course, yes. All of this is possible. All of this is possible. In fact, government says private sector can utilize this system. Done. So these are certain very important things regarding e-rupee. Please remember. Are there concerns regarding this? Of course, yes. Right? Some of you are saying, but sir this, but sir that, but this, but that. Yes, there are concerns. But please tell me, is it better than whatever system we have it today? Is it an improvement or not? Right? Will there be any problems? Will there be concerns? Of course, yes. You cannot simply say the system is 100% foolproof. If you say that, I will give you example of PM, right? Jan Aushadhi Yojana now. Right? Are you people reading about it? PMJAY, right? CAG has found a lot of loopholes, lot of problems with implementation of PMJAY. Couple of months ago, right, there was also a problem regarding Manrega subsidies, right? So there are certain loopholes. Your argument should be it is better than the current system, and whatever concerns are there, we'll try to plug the loopholes. That should be your argument. Don't say, but sir, everybody should have the knowledge of smartphone. Of course, yes. But tell me, what do you think is better? Expecting a person to go to a bank, bring the money, use it for any purpose, or expecting a person to know about usage of a QR code, get the benefit. Right? So I hope you understand. It is an improvement over the current system. I'm not saying it is a perfect system. I'm not saying it is a perfect system. I'm saying it is an improvement over the current system. So e-rupee, what are the benefits or advantages? No need for a bank account for the beneficiary. Ensure the money is used for the right purposes. Privacy of the beneficiary is protected because the beneficiary did not disclose their information. They can simply go to the hospital, show the QR code. Hospital has to provide the services. They should not ask for this ID, that ID, etc., etc. That is not required. The voucher redemption can be tracked by the issuer. If government has issued 100 vouchers, they can keep a track, right? Out of 100 vouchers, how many vouchers have been issued, how many have been used, where they have been used, etc., etc. They can keep a track of it. Okay. Voucher has a verification code, that is OTP. You will get the OTP as a beneficiary. Only then they will provide the services. Can be used by the private sector, will promote a financial inclusion and promote the idea of digital economy. Right? So these are some of the advantages of e-rupee. But having said so, are there any concerns? Are there any problems? Of course, yes. There will be certain concerns. Point number one, we are assuming that all the beneficiaries will have a smartphone or will have a phone number. Right? So there could be certain concern regarding that. There are many people in India who will have multiple phones, two phones or three phones. And there are also many people who do not have any phone. Forget about smartphone, who do not have any phone. So there is a concern regarding that. And second one is, what if I get a medicine I will use it for myself. What is a guarantee? I hope you understand this. Government can ensure that you will purchase medicines. Under this, government cannot ensure that you will take your medicines. All of you are okay with this? Let me know. Right? Imagine I'm supposed to get 10 kgs of food grains. Government will issue a voucher. I will go to the shop, purchase the food grains. Now, can government ensure that I will eat the food grain? That is not possible, no? If government will start doing that, then you will simply say this is not democracy. How can government come into my home and check what I'm eating? Right? So I hope you understand the logic behind that. So government can simply ensure that you can get the benefit, but government cannot literally ensure that you will start using the benefit. Right? So that is one more point. Third one, no guarantees regarding service delivery. Right? I'll talk about third and fourth. Please understand this. No guarantee regarding service delivery, and it does not address other supply side issues. What do you mean by this? Imagine I've received a voucher. I'm supposed to purchase I'm supposed to purchase let's say medicines. I'll go to the medical shop. Any guarantee that the medicines will be available in the medical shop? Think of it. Any guarantee that medicines are available in the medical shop? No guarantee. It's a supply side. Government is ensuring you will get 1000 rupee, but government cannot ensure that all the time medicines will be available in the shop. Right? So that is a supply side problems. If there are supply side problems, right, the e-rupee system will not be effectively functioning. And what about the quality of services? Imagine you're supposed to get, right, eye checkup done. You're supposed to get a surgery done. Can government of India guarantee the quality of service provided by the service provider? Let me know. Can government of India guarantee the quality of services? No, government can India simply guarantee, right? Basically, you will get the money. Government will guarantee that you will get the voucher of 10,000. Government will guarantee that you will get a voucher of 1 lakh. But government cannot literally come and start guaranteeing to you what is the quality of the service by the service provider. That kind of a quality guarantee, it is not provided under e-rupee system. Next, underline the term earlier. Please underline the term earlier. Earlier, there was a limit on the usage of voucher. This is not a problem today. That's the reason I've written earlier. Earlier, there was a limit on the usage of voucher. For example, imagine a voucher has been issued to you. Earlier, you were allowed to use it only once. I'll repeat, earlier, you were allowed to use it only once. After you used it once, it becomes useless. Now, please tell me, think of this and please do let me know. Imagine government has given me 5,000 rupees. Okay, they have given me 5,000 rupees to provide food grains to my household. To provide food grains to my household for this whole month. Tell me what makes more sense to you. I will use the voucher only once, then it becomes useless, or else today, let's assume starting of the month, I will purchase some food grains. After 10 days, based on the requirement, again I will use the voucher for remaining amount to purchase some other food grains. After 20th, based on the requirement, again based on the consumption, I will use the same voucher, purchase for the remaining amount of food grains. Don't you think in the second system, I have more flexibility? I hope you understand. In the second system, I have more flexibility. That is based on the consumption requirement of the house. Based on the consumption requirement, I can use the voucher to purchase multiple times. But earlier, it was used only once. Right? Only once. Right? So that is the reason this constraint has been addressed now. This concern has been addressed now. Second, imagine I'm a beneficiary under NFSA. Imagine, okay, imagine I'm a beneficiary under NFSA. I'm also a beneficiary under PM Kisan. I'm beneficiary under multiple schemes. What if total amount of subsidy that I'm supposed to receive from the government will be more than 50,000 rupees? I hope you understand. What if the total amount of subsidy that I'm supposed to receive from the government, cash subsidy, is more than 50,000 rupees, more than 20,000 rupees? Problem was earlier the maximum limit of a voucher, maximum value of a voucher was 10,000. So if I'm beneficiary under multiple schemes, multiple vouchers were supposed to be issued to me. Rather than this, what if I increase the maximum limit of the voucher? Now, if even I'm supposed to get 50,000 subsidy, only one voucher will be given to me. Even if I'm supposed to receive 20,000 rupees subsidy, only one voucher. Even if I'm supposed to receive 70,000 rupees subsidy, only one voucher will be given to me. So don't you think issuing only one voucher with higher value is better than issuing multiple vouchers of a smaller value? So that also has been done now. Earlier, we were not allowed to use vouchers multiple times. We can use it multiple times now. Sir, how many times? Many of you will ask me, sir, how many times? Answer is, as long as money is there in the voucher, you can keep on using it. I'll repeat, as long as money is there in the voucher, you can keep on using the voucher, right? And the maximum value of the voucher now has been increased from 10,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. So earlier, minimum value, right, or a lower value as well as a usage only ones was a concern. Now we have addressed it. We already have addressed it. Done? Right? So these are certain very important points regarding the concept of e-rupee. Right? There are a couple of students who asked, sir, these concepts are not there in the book. These are current affairs. You will not get it in the book. It is purely from the current affairs. Can we go forward now? How third point in advantage? My dear, if you are a beneficiary, privacy, is it not a benefit for you? Think of it. Any kind of a scheme, any kind of a right initiative, etc., would you want to protect your privacy or not? Would you want to protect your privacy? Right? Of course, yes. Privacy is a very important right for you. So government says, I will give you a QR code. Go to a shop, purchase medicines. Do not disclose your information. I will give you a QR code. You are supposed to get a surgery done. Right? And I hope all of you understand this. Many of the times, health issues are taboo subjects in India. I hope you understand my point. Many of the times, health issues are treated as a taboo subjects in India. So that's the reason you do not have to disclose your identity. You don't have to disclose who you are, from where you have come, etc., etc. Simply show the QR code, get the service done. What is meaning of voucher? Voucher is nothing but coupon. Voucher is nothing but coupon concept. Okay. Sir, if the beneficiary doesn't have a bank account, then which two bank account beneficiary would approach? My dear, you don't require a bank account. Government says you don't require a bank account. That's the beauty of this concept, right? No requirement of a bank account. You can simply get the voucher directly. You don't require a bank account only. Okay. Now, let me come to the next concept. Very important. Lot of current affairs I'll discuss here. Listen to this carefully. The connection between agriculture subsidies as well as a WTO. Right? Connection between WTO and agriculture subsidies. Let's start. Point number one. There is an agreement under agriculture, right? Under WTO. For agriculture sector, there's an agreement on agriculture. And agreement on agriculture, basically, there are three very important points, three important pillars. Three very important points or three very important pillars under agreement on agriculture. What are these? First one is market access. Second one is export subsidies. Third one is a domestic support. Listen to me very carefully now. Market access, export subsidies, domestic support. Now let's start. India will send exports. India will export goods or services to, let's say, USA. I'll ask a question now. Listen to me very carefully. India will export goods and services to USA. Now, please tell me, if USA will eliminate non-tariff barriers, I'll repeat the statement. If USA will reduce the non-tariff barriers, can I say market access for India is increasing? Think of it. Very simple idea. If USA will reduce and eliminate non-tariff barriers, can I say for exports from India, there is more market access in USA. That is the whole argument here. Please look at the point number one. Look at the point number one. Right? If the countries will eliminate non-tariff barriers for the exports, there will be more market access provided. Second one, export subsidies. Let me know. We have discussed this. Should government of India provide export subsidies? Should government of USA provide export subsidies? Should government of Germany, UK, Japan, etc. provide export subsidies? No, do not provide export subsidies. Why? Reduce the export subsidies so that international trade will become more competitive. Otherwise, think of it. If government of USA will keep on providing export subsidies, do you think from many of the countries, do you think from many of the countries exports will go to USA or they will start importing from USA? They will end up importing more and more from USA then. If Chinese government will end up providing more subsidies to the manufacturers, don't you think the Chinese exporters will become much more competitive in the international market? So that's the reason, as much as possible, reduce and eliminate your export subsidies. That's the second pillar. Come to the third pillar, very, very important. Domestic support. Domestic support. Domestic support basically refers to reducing the amount of subsidies that you're providing for production in the domestic market. I'll repeat the statement, and all of them are associated with agriculture sector. All of them are associated with agriculture sector. What is the third one? Domestic support reduce the amount of subsidies that you're providing to the agriculture sector. Now, why, how, etc. Let's try and understand. Now, there's a concept called as a traffic light approach. Let me discuss all these individually. Listen to me very carefully. Please listen to me very carefully. Now, imagine there is a country A and country B. Okay, imagine there are two countries, country A and country B. And let's say, again, don't say, sir, why rupees, why not dollars, why this, that. Do not complicate it. Keep it simple. You need to understand the concept. Now, let's say the farmers will cultivate same crop in both the countries. You'll require seeds, you'll require irrigation, that is water, electricity, etc. You require fertilizers. Third one is you require fertilizers. Now, let's start. Let's imagine country A, seeds are costing 10 rupee, irrigation is let's say, rather than 20, let's say it is 8 rupees, and fertilizer is, let's say, 12 rupee. I'll take simple numbers, understand the concept. Okay, 10 rupee, 8 rupee and 12 rupee. Can I say the cost of cultivation, considering the inputs, cost of cultivation in country A will be 30 rupees. Now, same crop in country B, seeds will cost, let's say, 12 rupee. Irrigation will cost, let's say 10 rupee. And fertilizers, let's say, will cost 18 rupees. Fertilizer will cost 18 rupees. For the same crop to be cultivated in country B, how much is the cost now? 40 rupees. All of you are okay with the calculation? Right? So, one country 30, second country 40. Now, please tell me, because of this, can I say exports will take place from country A to country B? All of you okay? Exports, agriculture exports will take from country A to country B. Move from A to B. But what if I say, rather than this happening, what if I say government of country B, the government in country B will provide a lot of subsidies. The government in country B will provide lot of subsidies. Seeds are available at 5 rupees. Seeds are available at 5 rupees. Irrigation is available at 0 rupees. States will provide free of a cost electricity to agriculture sector. Fertilizers, let's say, are available at 12 rupees. Again, because of government subsidy. Now, as a result of this, what will happen to cost of cultivation in country B now? Cost of cultivation will come down to 17. Now tell me, rather than country B importing, don't you think country B will start exporting to country A? Yes or no? Rather than rather than importing, don't you think country B will start exporting to country A? And imagine you're the president of country A, will you be happy with the policy of country B? Think of it. Imagine you're the president of country B, prime minister, whatever, sorry, country A, not B, country A, prime minister, president, premier, whatever you want to call it as. Will you accept the subsidies given by country B here? Will you, right, happily accept all these? You'll not accept it, right? You might simply say, sir, but I can also give. My dear, do you think all the countries will have the same potential to provide so much amount of subsidies? Think of it. Do you think all the countries will have the potential to provide so much amount of subsidies? No, they will not have the potential. But argument is not whether you have potential. Argument is whether it is fair for the country B to provide so much subsidies. I hope you understand the argument here. Argument is not about your potential capacity to pay subsidies. It is whether it is fair, whether it is fair for the country B to provide so much amount of subsidies. These are unfair. Can I say, think of this, because of the subsidies given by country B for agriculture sector, it is distorting the international trade. All of you okay? It is a distorting. Distorting means it is a disturbing. It is creating disturbances in the international trade. So this is basically the concept of trade distorting subsidies. Can I call this as trade distorting subsidies? All of you okay? Trade distorting subsidies. Now, why this is important? Come back to the next point. Come to the next point. Whenever you talk about domestic support, we follow a concept called as a traffic light approach. What is a traffic light approach? We take the subsidies that are given by the government to agriculture sector and we divide them under three heads. I'll repeat the statement. We take the subsidies given by the government to agriculture sector and we divide them under three heads, and the names that we use are basically the traffic light itself. For example, please do let me know, have you seen these lights, right, in the traffic light, colored lights in the traffic light? One is a red, second one is a amber, and the third one is basically the green one. Correct? All of you seen the traffic lights or not? Anybody in the classroom who says, sir, ये traffic light क्या होता है? What is this traffic light? I've never seen it. If you have not seen it, go to Google, type traffic light, you will see the three colors. So these are the three colors: red, amber, and green. Now please tell me, whenever there's a green light, right, you are traveling on a road, you see a green light, what does it indicate? Right? Does it not mean you are allowed to pass? You don't have to stop, you don't have to slow, please move now, go, right? Don't stop. So that is the meaning of the term green light. What about amber light? Amber light simply means slow down. Amber light simply means slow down. Green is go, pass. Amber means please slow down. But for most of us, including me, right, we will go much faster when there is amber light. Right? It means we know that next is red. We know that from green it has shifted to amber. Now it will become red. Before it becomes red, dash, Fast and Furious Part 11. Right now you will start shooting. Right? So amber means slow down. But in case of a red box, stop. What is the meaning of red? Red means stop. Right? Now apply the same logic. Right? Again, I have not discussed it, but let me know. Can I say, think of it, can I say any subsidy which there is no restriction, which there is no condition, which government doesn't have to reduce? These are called as green box subsidies. Think of it now. Use the green color, green concept, use it now. Can I say there are subsidies which government doesn't have to reduce? They don't have to slow down. They don't have to stop. They can continuously give these kind of subsidies without any restriction. Can I call them as green box subsidies? Anybody has a problem? These are called as green box. Now, please tell me, having looked at all this example, do you think trade distorting subsidies will be classified as green box subsidies? What does your mind say? What does your mind say? Do you think trade distorting subsidies, do you think they should be classified as green box? No. Right? Non-trade distorting. Come to the definition now. What are green box subsidies? Green box subsidies create negligible or no distortion at all. These create a negligible or no distortion at all. That is the precise reason these are called as green box subsidies. Second, because these are not going to create any distortion or least negligible distortion, there is no limit on these subsidies. You can give any amount of subsidies under green box. And any example of this? The direct income support that is given by the government to farmers. Can I give you a current affairs example? PM Kisan scheme. All of you heard of it? PM Kisan scheme. Government says that it is an income support. It is an income support. You can use the PM Kisan 6,000 rupee for any purpose that you want. It's an income support. Expenditure on warehousing, expenditure on pest management, etc. These kind of subsidies do not create any distortion. Even if they create, it's negligible. Hence, there are no restriction, there are no limits on it. Second, amber box subsidy. Go back to amber box color. Go back to amber color. What does the amber color indicate to you? Amber color indicates that I have to slow down. I will have to reduce my speed. I will have to slow down. Now, what will happen in amber box? All those subsidies which are trade distorting. For example, look at this picture and tell me the subsidies given by the government in this example for fertilizer, for irrigation. Can I say these are trade distorting? Let me know. In this example, the subsidy that is given by the government of country B for fertilizer, for electricity, etc., are these not trade distorting? Yes. So can you continuously provide unaccounted, or let's say unlimited amount of these kind of subsidies? No, you will not provide it. That is the precise reason these are kept under amber box. These are trade distorting, and because they distort trade, there will be limits imposed on it. How much limits? How much should we provide? Right? What should be the amount, etc.? That is, remember this, there is one more term called as a de minimis level. How much is the limit? Because we have to impose limit. So how much is the limit? Right? There is a term called as a de minimis level. What is this de minimis level? It will limit the amount of trade distorting subsidies, right? It will limit the amount of trade distorting subsidies to 10% of value of production for a developing country to 5% of value of production for a developed country. I'll repeat it. Then I'll give you example. Although how it is calculated, it is very complicated. I'll repeat the statement. Although I will give you an example, but that is not how exact calculation is done. How exactly the calculation is done, you do not have to be worried. You don't have to become an expert for optional paper here. Right? So argument is simple. For a developing country, it should be up to 10% of value of production. For developed countries, it should be 5% of value of production. So what do you mean by this? Let's take a simple example. And again, I repeat, many of you start asking me, don't ask, not needed. How the calculation is exactly done under WTO, there is a lot of dispute regarding the calculation. Why? India has one methodology to calculate the subsidies. USA has a different methodology to calculate subsidies. And that is the reason if you're reading newspapers, you will come across one argument. Government of India says we have not crossed the de minimis level. Government of India says we have not crossed for many years. Government of USA alleges that every year government of India crosses the de minimis level. Why? There is no uniformity in the methodology of calculation. There is no uniformity. India does not agree how USA calculates, and USA does not agree how India calculates. That's a reason. But let me take a very simple example. Imagine I've cultivated rice. Imagine I've cultivated rice. And the value of rice this year, I'll take a simple number here. Let's say is 100 crore rupees. Total value of rice is how much? 100 crore rupees. And the next point, India is a developing country. All of you know this. India is a developing country. So for a developing country, what is the maximum value of trade distorting subsidies that you are supposed to provide? Maximum value of this is 10%. So in a year, if your value of production is 100 crore, India has a maximum value de minimis level of 10%, then the amount of subsidy that government of India should provide for the cultivation of rice should be not more than 10 crore. Anybody has a difficulty in this? Simple calculations. If your value of cultivation is 100, India is a developing country, 10% of it will become 10 crore. So the amount of trade distorting subsidies that are provided by government of India for the cultivation of rice this year should not cross more than 10 crore rupees. This is basically the model. This is the idea of a de minimis level. Now please tell me, if you cross a 10 crore rupees, can government of India go to WTO, file a complaint against you? Possibility is there. What has happened, I'll tell you the history later. But think of it. If India will cross 10 crore rupees, can WTO take up the case against India? Of course, yes. Can they investigate against the subsidies? Yes. Can they impose a restriction on India subsidies? Can they ask government of India? Of course, yes. And many of you will ask me, sir, what if India will not follow any guidelines under WTO? Imagine there is a policy. The report says India is violating the policies or India is violating principles of WTO. Government of India will not accept anything. What is the solution? Under WTO, other countries can impose sanctions on you. They can target your products and start imposing taxes, more taxes only on your products. Is the logic okay? Please do let me know. Right? Imagine government of USA has filed a complaint against India's policy, and WTO panel says yes, USA is correct. USA is correct. India has violated the principles of WTO. So India should withdraw these policies. Government of India will say, I will not do it. I will not do it. Right? Because I'm a sovereign entity, I will not do it. Then WTO will allow USA to target Indian exports, impose more taxes on them. Do you have any recourse to that? Do you have any solution to that? No. And that is the reason generally the member countries accept. I hope you understand. Generally, the member countries accept whatever are the panel's findings under WTO. Okay, now let me go to the next one. Right, so green box is okay, amber box is okay. I'll tell you a couple of more points. Have patience. I'll add it to current affairs. Have patience. Third one is blue box. Some of you will ask, sir, what about the red box? What about red box? Under agreement on agriculture, there is no red box. I'll repeat the statement. Under agreement on agriculture, there is no red box. There is a amber, there is a green, and the third one is called as a blue box. Slightly tricky, understand this. Using the blue box subsidies, government will control the production. I'll repeat the statement. Using the blue box subsidies, and these are trade distorting subsidies. I'll give you example. Give me some seconds. Under the blue box, government will use a trade distortion policy to reduce, to control production. Sir, how? How is that possible? How can you say that blue box subsidies can be used to control production? Now, before going forward, there is a term MSP here. There's a term MSP. And many of you will ask me later how MSP can be classified as amber box subsidy. How MSP can be classified as amber box subsidy? Let me explain it. Follow this very carefully. All of you remember the definition of MSP? Let me know. Monday we have discussed it. All of you remember the definition of MSP. What is definition? Minimum support price. It is the price that is paid by the government whenever they procure food grains. That's it. Whenever they procure the food grain, how much price it should be paid, government will decide. That is MSP. Now, how MSP is a trade distorting measure? Let me explain this. Imagine this is USA and this is India, and start the story from Indian side. Start the story from the Indian side. Government of India will announce a higher MSP for a crop. Let's say Government of India will announce a higher MSP. And if you ask me, sir, why does Government of India announce MSP? Reason is very simple. Government requires food grains under public distribution system. Yes or no? Please do let me know. Right? There's a scheme called as NFSA. And NFSA is implemented through public distribution system. That is, ration shops are established by the government so that the food grains are distributed. So from where does the government get the food grains? From the farmer. So from the farmer, government will purchase food grain so that they will distribute it to the needy people, to the poor people, etc. So imagine this year, government will announce a higher MSP. And when higher MSP is announced, please tell me what will happen to production and supply of this crop. Can I say that supply of this crop will be higher in the market? All of you okay with this? Some of you are saying increases, decreases. How decreases, my dear? Please tell me. If government will announce a higher MSP for paddy, don't you think more farmers will cultivate paddy? That is exactly what happens, right? So more production and more supply. And when supply will happen, what do you think will happen to market prices? Let me know. What do you think will happen to market prices of this product? Market price of this product will fall down. Some of you are not even able to connect the dots here. If supply increases, my dear, prices will fall down. Law of demand, law of supply. We are there in the fourth week now. This should not be very difficult to you. We are there in the fourth week, right? So law of demand, law of supply, market prices will come down, right? And when market prices will come down, please do let me know. Can I look at the market prices of this crop in India, which has fallen down, and the market price of the same crop in USA, which is slightly higher? Can I start exporting it to USA? Let me know. I will look at the market price of this crop in India, it is lower. And the same crop in USA, prices are higher. So I will purchase from India, export it to USA. Now you are the president of USA. Will you accept the MSP policy of India? Let me know. You're the president of USA. Will you accept it? You should not accept it. Some of you are saying yes. No, you should not accept it. Why? If I start exporting from India to USA, point number one, it means you cannot export to India. Very clear. You cannot export to India because the Indian products are much cheaper compared to your product. And second, what will happen to your farmers? Can you think of that also? What will happen to your farmers? Will your farmers be affected by this or not? Of course, yes. So now USA can simply oppose the MSP policy of Government of India. Done? Now what has happened? Please understand. Government of India does not agree with this. Government of India does not agree with these kind of classification of subsidies. Government of India says you are classifying subsidies and then you're imposing restrictions. You're imposing restriction. For a country such as India, this will not work out. Right? For a country such as India, it will not work out. Why? Look at it. In case of India, can you imagine the number of people who are involved in agriculture sector? Think of it. Can you imagine the number of people who are there in the agriculture sector? More than 45% of working population is there in agriculture sector. And if I don't provide MSP, they will have to sell everything in the market. I repeat, if government will not provide MSP, everything has to be sold in the market. And can you imagine market prices providing you a fixed price in the market? Think of it. Do you imagine market providing you 40 rupees per kg fixed this year? Do you imagine market providing you 50 rupees per kg fixed this year? Absolutely no. Market are dynamic. Markets are dynamic. Market prices will depend on supply and demand. But in case of MSP, Government of India says, no worries. Market price could be anything. I repeat, market price could be anything. Government will give you a fixed MSP. So don't you think that will provide certain comfort to the farmers? That will provide certain relief to the farmers. That's the argument. Second one, have a look at this. The population which resides in India, which can be classified as poor population. I'll repeat the statement. The population which can be classified as poor population in India is very, very high. Crores of people can be classified as poor in India. Can they afford the food grains at market prices? They cannot afford. So government says, I will pay MSP, purchase the food grains, use it for distribution purposes. Is it okay? I'll repeat the statement. I'll pay money, that is MSP, purchase food grain from the farmer, use the food grain for distribution purposes. That's the reason this issue is called as food security issue. All of you can understand why this issue is called as food security issue? Please do let me know. Right? If you are reading newspapers, you'll come across this headline, food security issue at WTO, or else they will also use the term public stock holding issue. Public stock holding issue. Any problem why this is called as a food security issue or public stock holding issue? Government will pay the money, purchase food grains, store it and distribute it, right, under the NFSA. So it's a food security issue or a public stock holding issue. So point number one, right, we will have to provide certain comfort to the farmers. Second one, population which is right, which can be classified as poor is very high in India. So I don't have any option. I will have to pay money, purchase food grain, provide it free of a cost or at a very low prices to the beneficiaries. India does not agree with the methodology of calculation followed by USA. Simply by heart this point. Right, the method that is followed by USA, it proves that India is crossing more than 10% every year. Government of India does not agree with that. Next one, population which is involved in agriculture in developing countries is very high compared to developed countries. And think of it, where do you think per capita income of the farmers is higher, in a developed country or in a developing country? Let me know. Where do you think the per capita income of a farmer is higher, in a developed or developing? Some of you people actually give very interesting answers. Developing country. My dear, USA has a population which is one-fourth of India's population, has a GDP which is, right, let's say around 8 to 9 times bigger than India's GDP. Even then your answer is, sir, developing countries per capita income of the farmer is higher. How, my dear? You should not make a mistake here. Developed countries per capita income of farmers is much, much higher than that of India. Right? So that's the reason that population which is involved is very high. We need to provide assistance. Western economies provide much larger per farmer subsidy. Understand this point. Much larger. For example, many developed countries provide more than $1,000 per farmer in the form of subsidies. Is it okay? Per farmer, more than $1,000 in the form of subsidies. Whereas India provides less than $100 per farmer. India provides less than $100 per farmer. But please tell me now, under agreement, can I simply say it doesn't talk about per farmer, it simply talks about overall subsidies? All of you okay with this? In these agreements, they're not talking about per farmer, they're simply talking about overall subsidy. Right? That is a concern. That is one more concern which has been raised by India regarding the concept of de minimis level, amber box subsidy, etc. So what is the solution then? What will happen then? Right? Let me give you current affairs points here. Understand this carefully. Let me give you current affairs point. Now, if you remember earlier, that is Monday's class, I said the highest decision making in WTO is a ministerial conference. Correct? Do you remember that? Highest decision making authority under WTO is a ministerial conference. Now, there was one ministerial conference back in 2013, very, very famous. This is called as Bali Conference. Indonesia, Bali Conference. So, in 2013, there was a conference by the name of Bali Conference. In Bali Conference, Government of India argued that we should have a solution for public stock holding. We should have a solution for food security issue. Why? I purchase a lot of food grains by paying MSP, and every now and then government of USA alleges that I'm violating the de minimis level, I'm violating the agreement on agriculture. And I cannot simply provide lower MSP, I cannot control because these are my arguments. Population which is poor is very high, farmers require certain amount of support, right? In developed countries, per capita income of the farmers is much higher compared to me, etc., etc. So I cannot reduce, I cannot keep it below 10%. I need a solution for it. Please provide me the solution. And that is where, please remember this, as a result of this conference, there was one provision introduced, very famous now, peace clause. As a result of this, right, argument of Government of India and many other developing countries, there is one provision introduced under WTO called as peace clause. What is this peace clause? Listen to this very carefully. If a developing country in the process of providing food security crosses the de minimis level, I will repeat the statement here. What is the peace clause? If a developing country in the process of providing food security will cross the 10% limit, then a developed country will not be allowed to file a complaint against a developing country under WTO. Right? Anybody has a problem? Can I repeat it again? I'll repeat it. Please listen to me very carefully. It is there in the current affairs. Trust me, it is there in the current affairs. You can check Google. I'll repeat the peace clause again. If a developing country in the process of achieving food security, will cross the 10% level under the agreement on agriculture, then a developed country cannot file a complaint against a developing country under WTO. Right? This is called as a peace clause. Now, please think of it. Food security purposes means what? Government will purchase the food grain for public distribution. Understand this carefully. Government will purchase the food grain for public distribution, that is under NFSA, midday meals scheme, public distribution system, etc. For these purposes, if you cross more than 10% by paying MSP, don't worry, a developed country will not be allowed to file a complaint against you. This is called as a peace clause. Now, please think of it. Can I say, under this, government will not be allowed to procure food grains at MSP and export it to USA? Think of it. Under this, government will not be allowed to procure food grains and export it to USA. Why? You are exporting. Can you call this as a public distribution? Let me know. You are exporting. Government is paying MSP, purchasing and exporting. Can you call this as a public distribution for India? No. Sir, why are you explaining this? Couple of months ago, this was there in the newspaper. Couple of months ago, it was actually discussed. The logic behind it was very simple. With the Russia-Ukraine war, which started last year, right? Which started last year, Russia-Ukraine war supply of wheat to the international market came down. All of you are okay with this? Supply of wheat to the international market suddenly dropped because Ukraine is the bowl for wheat production. I hope you have read all about this in the newspapers. But anyways, Ukraine is a bowl for wheat production in the international market. It produces a lot of wheat and exports a lot of wheat to the international market. With lower supply of wheat, what do you think will happen to many of the African countries which are import dependent? What do you think would happen to African countries which are import dependent? Right, food security in their countries would be affected. So government of India asked WTO, can you provide an exemption from me? I hope you understand this statement. I'll repeat it. Government of India asked WTO, can you provide an exemption for me so that I have purchased these food grains for my food security purposes. Right? For the domestic market, I've purchased food grains. Wheat is there. I will take it, export it to Africa. Government is not allowed to do that. WTO said not required. Right? So I hope you understand all these points. Anybody has a difficulty? Right? All these are very, very important. Why this is important? If you check Google, India has become the first country to use peace clause. In the last couple of years, continuously, 1 year after the next year, government of India has been using peace clause. Means it has ended up by providing the food MSP. It has ended up crossing 10% limit. But even then, government of India says, I will use peace clause, which means developed country cannot file a complaint against me under WTO. Okay. So all these are the important concepts regarding WTO and subsidies. Done. So earlier, in case of international trade, this agreement on agriculture was left out. I've covered even this. Okay, I've covered even this under the concept of the subsidies. Now, the next chapter. Let me go to the next chapter. But private company in India will export it. Private company is different. Government is different. Do you think private companies are paying MSP? Think of it. Do you think private companies are paying MSP to purchase food grains? No. Private sector companies will pay whatever MSP, I'm sorry, whatever is the market price. Whatever is the market price. So private sector companies are allowed to purchase, procure and sell because they are paying market price. Government which pays MSP is not allowed to export it because they paid MSP, right, for food security purposes. They are not allowed to export it. Okay, done. Next, agriculture and food processing. Agriculture and food processing. Can we go forward now? Okay, blue box. Just my mistake, right? There was one more term, blue box. MSP. I wanted to connect MSP with blue box. Let me connect the MSP with the blue box. Now, think of this. I'll give a very simple example. In India, we do not generally follow blue box subsidies. I've checked multiple government documents. You can also check. We generally don't use blue box. But I can give you one example. China. Couple of years ago, China used a blue box subsidy. European Union used a blue box subsidy. For example, in China, they used a blue box subsidy by the name of corn producer subsidy. Corn producer subsidy. Okay, CPS, corn producer subsidy, was actually used by China to contain the production of corn. Now, what is this idea of a blue box? Just understand this very carefully. What if government of India will say, think of it, what if they're not using it? That's the reason I'm saying, what if government of India will say, I will purchase a wheat from you at MSP. I'll purchase a wheat from you at MSP if you cultivate wheat only on 1 hectare of land. I'll repeat the statement. What if government of India will say, I'll purchase wheat from you at MSP provided you cultivate it on only 1 hectare of land. Now please tell me, Many of the farmers, don't you think, in order to sell it at MSP to Government of India, will contain their production only on 1 hectare of land? Yes or no? In order to get the MSP from the government, will they contain their production, limit their production only to 1 hectare of land? And when they limit their production to 1 hectare of land, what will happen to production of wheat in India? Production of wheat will automatically fall down. Production of wheat automatically will fall down. But in this example, can I say I've used a trade distorting measure to limit, to contain production? Yes or no? I'll repeat it again. Can I say I'm using a trade distorting measure but to contain, to limit production? Right? That is basically the concept of blue box subsidies. So in China, they used a blue box subsidy by the name of a corn producer subsidy. And in case of European Union, many of you are asking me, sir, what is the name of blue box subsidy used in European Union? Voluntary coupled support, VCS. Voluntary coupled support, VCS, voluntary coupled support. Now, because I understand this, because I'm going to the next one, because in case of blue box subsidy, the production will be limited. I'll repeat the statement. Because under blue box subsidy, the production would be contained. There are no limits in blue box subsidies. I'll repeat the statement. Right? Because the production will be contained, limited here. Right? There are no limits under WTO in blue box subsidies. Done? Right? Blue box subsidy is a name used in India. Right? If you are listening to me, you will understand it. I said there are no blue box subsidies that are found used by Government of India. Before explaining only, I told this to you. Why will government try to restrict production? What if the supply is going beyond control? Think of it. Supply is going beyond control. Production is very high. Lot of land is being used for this crop rather than being used for another crop. Right? Don't you think for these kind of purposes, government can limit production using blue box subsidies? Yes or no? Does it make sense to you or not? Right? A government can limit production. Government would ask you to limit production because you might be, right? The government might be concerned that you're not cultivating other crops. What if everybody will start cultivating only wheat in India? What about rice? What about vegetables? What about tomatoes, my dear? Tell me, what about tomatoes? By the way, when I'm talking about tomatoes, read today's Hindu newspaper. I just hope you have read yesterday's Hindu newspaper or any newspaper for that matter. What has happened to inflation? Let me know what has happened to inflation, retail inflation. Right? What has happened to inflation? Inflation is very high, more than 7%. More than 7%. What is one of the reasons? Tomatoes. Read today's Hindu newspaper. Read today's Hindu newspaper. There is a editorial column on inflation. Very nice pictorial representation, graphical representation of tomato prices. Weightage is how much, right? Because of inflation, it has increased by how much, etc., etc. Good article. 3 to 4 articles are there in Hindu newspaper today. Please read that. Okay. Are Baba, can't you understand what I'm saying? If everybody cultivates wheat in India, who is going to cultivate tomatoes for you? Think of it. No, I've answered it already. Sir, it should be the right of the farmer. Government is not saying, asking you to not cultivate other crop. Please understand my point. Sir, it should be the right of the farmer. Of course, yes. It is your right to cultivate whatever you want. Is Government of India restricting other cultivation? Who said? Did I say that? No. Has Government of China said that? No. They are simply saying, you want me to pay MSP? Then if you meet the condition, only then I will give you MSP. So I hope you understand. It's not government. It's not that government is restricting cultivation. No, government says cultivate whatever you want. But if you want my assistance, these are the conditions. That's it. Right. So simply do not create complexities in these systems. These are very simple systems. Okay. Done. So this is a discussion regarding subsidies. Right. Some of you are asking questions. Subsidies individually. Right. There are no questions. These will be clubbed with agriculture sector. For example, MSP. It's a subsidy. So you will discuss that under agriculture sector. Don't worry. Okay. Next chapter that I'll be covering will be agriculture and food processing. Very important for prelims as well as mains. Agriculture and food processing. Now, we'll discuss MSP, food subsidy and food security, credit to agriculture sector, warehousing, APMC and ENAM, technology in agriculture, and food processing. After that, we'll take up questions. Don't worry. Sir, international trade questions are left out. Today, Pakka, I'll discuss international trade questions. Please don't worry. I'll discuss. Have patience. Now, what is MSP? MSP stands for minimum support price. It is a price that is paid by the government whenever they procure food grains from the farmers. I'll repeat the statement. It is the price that is paid by the government. Again, when I say government, please understand. Government literally doesn't go to the market to procure. Government doesn't do. Government has an authority by the name of Food Corporation of India. All of you heard of it? Anybody in the classroom who says, sir, in the last 2 weeks, there was no term FCI mentioned in the newspaper? Let me know. Is there any person who says, sir, I have been reading religiously Hindu newspaper, but in the last 2 weeks, there was no mention of FCI in the newspaper? Then let me know. Every week, at least 2 days or 3 days, they will discuss FCI, mention FCI. Now, let's start. So, Food Corporation of India, on behalf of Government of India, will go to the market, procure the food grain. That's a basic idea. Okay. Now, MSP is the price paid by the government on procuring food grains from the farmers. We introduced the concept of MSP back in 1966-67. We introduced the concept of MSP back in 66 and 67. Why? What was the reason? Do you remember during 1960s and 70s, we promoted Green Revolution? Correct? During 1960s and 70s, we promoted Green Revolution. What is Green Revolution? You are going to increase your productivity by using better quality seeds. Simple idea. Green Revolution refers to a process wherein farmers will get access to high yield variety seeds. High yield variety seeds. They will use irrigation. They will use fertilizers, etc., etc. Right? So that will promote more and more productivity. That will promote more and more production. We introduced the concept of green revolution using wheat seeds. But please tell me, when the farmers will use irrigation, fertilizer, insecticide, high yield variety seeds, what will happen to production? Follow this. What do you think will happen to production? Production automatically will start increasing. And when production increases, what will happen to the supply in the market? Supply will also increase. And finally, what will happen to market prices? The market prices will fall, will crash. This will create problems for the farmer. This is a problem for the farmer. Why? Government asks the farmer to use better quality seeds. I have used. Production is higher, but I am being punished now because market prices are very low. In order to provide certain comfort to the farmers, provide certain cushion to the farmers, government introduced the concept of MSP. Right, where government said whatever could be the market price, whatever be the market price, irrespective of it, I will purchase the food grain at a price which I have already announced. Meaning what? Government announces MSP before the sowing season will start. Before sowing season starts, before the seeding is done by the farmer, before that itself, government announces MSP. So whatever is the MSP announced by the government, irrespective of the market price, government will purchase the food grain at this price itself, at this price only. That is the concept of MSP. Right? Now, next point. Central government announces MSP. The center announces MSP. The state government announces, in addition to MSP, bonus. I'll repeat the statement. Central government announces MSP. States announce bonus in addition to MSP. Meaning what? Let's take a simple example. Imagine a crop is cultivated, MSP is 1000 rupee. Now, this 1000 rupee will be paid by the central government to me. State government, right, apart from 1000 rupee, can also announce bonus, which means if I cultivate this crop, sell it to the government, I will get 1000 from the center and 200 rupees from the state. So total amount of money that I would be earning will become 1200 rupees. All of you are okay with the term bonus? And the next important point, is it compulsory? Underline the term compulsory. Is it compulsory or mandatory for the government to announce MSP? Absolutely no. Is it mandatory for the government? Is it legally applicable for the government to announce MSP? No, there is no law for it. There is no legal backing for it. There is no law which says that government of India must announce MSP, which means let me know. Can government of India tomorrow withdraw MSP policy? Think of it. Tomorrow, can government of India withdraw MSP policy? Of course, yes. It is entirely the power of government of India. That's the reason couple of years ago, right, 1.5, 2 years ago, was there a demand for legally binding MSP? Right, let me know. Right, even today, many of the farmers organizations are demanding it. They are saying government tomorrow can simply discontinue MSP. That will provide that lot of cushion to the farmers. If it is not given, what should the farmers do? So legally provide us MSP means what? Bring in a law. Bring a law which will provide a status of MSP, right, under legality. Right. Next one. How the MSP is decided? Please remember, Commission for Agriculture Cost and Prices. There is this authority which functions under Ministry of Agriculture. CACP will recommend MSP, but the Cabinet Committee of Economic Affairs, they will approve or they will decide MSP. All of you are okay with this? CACP will recommend. It's an authority under Ministry of Agriculture. They will recommend, right, the MSP. They do not decide it. They recommend to the government this should be the MSP. It is the government of India, that is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, which will decide, which will approve what should be the MSP. Can we go forward now? Now, how many crops are covered under MSP? The CACP website says there are 23 crops which are covered under MSP. This is a list of the crops. Please remember it. UPSC has been asking question on the list now. Please be very careful. Check question papers, you'll understand. UPSC has been asking questions on the list now. Please be very, very careful. This is a list of 23 crops. But within these 23 crops, I'll focus on one more component, sugarcane. Some of you are asking for the break. I'll give it, just some patience. I'll give it. Don't worry. Focus on the one of the crops, sugarcane. Please understand. For sugarcane, I'll write it here. For sugarcane, government announces fair and remunerative prices. All of these are there in the newspapers. Fair and remunerative prices. FRP. Fair and remunerative prices. Center announces FRP. Center announces FRP, whereas the state government announces state advisory prices. State advisory prices. Center announces FRP and states announces state advisory prices. And remember this, whichever is greater, that is paid to the farmers. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. For sugarcane, center announces FRP, states announce ESAP, whichever is greater. If FRP is greater, that is paid to the farmer. If SAP is greater, that is paid to the farmer. And generally, it is the SAP which is greater than the FRP. It is the SAP which is greater than FRP. Point number 2. Point number 3. When I say FRP is paid or SAP is paid, who will pay it? Please remember, in the context of sugarcane, Government doesn't pay the FRP, it is the mill owner. The farmer is there. Farmer will cultivate sugarcane and sell it to the sugar mill owner. It is the sugar mill owner who has to pay this amount of money, either FRP or SAP, whichever is greater to the farmer. Any problem here? I'll repeat it. The farmer will cultivate sugarcane, sell it to the sugar mill owner. It is the mill owner who has to pay either FRP or SAP, whichever is greater to the farmer. Whichever is greater to the farmer. Sir, why does government decide if the mill owner is purchasing? Why does government is deciding what price the mill owner should pay? Think of it. You are the mill owner. I'm the sugarcane farmer. I'll repeat the statement. Think of it. Many of you are asking me. I'll repeat it. Think of it. You're the mill owner. I'm a farmer. Now I've cultivated sugarcane. I will harvest sugarcane. I'll bring it to you. Do you think the quality of sugarcane will keep remaining the same after 2 days? Think of it. Please think of it. Do you think today's quality of sugarcane will be the same as tomorrow's quality? That is, sir, if you simply say, sir, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm pretty sure all of you have, in a childhood, even today during many festivals, etc., you have eaten sugarcane. If you keep sugarcane for 2 days, do you think the sucrose, that is basically syrup, the sucrose will remain same after 2 days? No, the quality will deteriorate very fast. Quality will deteriorate. It will fall very fast. That is the reason. Now think, apply logic now. You are the mill owner. I am the farmer. Can I say I am at your mercy? Think of it. Can I say if you're mill owner and I'm the farmer, I've harvested my sugarcane, I am at your mercy now. Mercy means if there is no FRP, if there is no SAP, you will simply start negotiating price with me. And if you keep on delaying purchase, my sugarcane will go waste. Within 1 day, within 2 days, the level of sucrose will fall down. Will I get fair price in the market? I will not get it. So government says, I know what you will do. That's the reason I will decide what price you are supposed to pay. I hope you understand. There is no option. Some of you are asking, what if mill owners do not agree? That is not up to you. I hope you understand. That is not up to you. It is not a choice for you. It's a compulsion for you. If you are getting a license to manufacture sugar in India, this is how government of India will tell you to purchase. You will not have any option. You will have to purchase it. Any problem with this? Right? Any problem? So either FRP or SAP, whichever is greater, is paid to the farmer. This is the condition. There is no option for the sugar mill owners. So this is a list of the crops covered under MSP. Please remember that this is being asked by UPSC. This is being asked by UPSC. Please be very careful. Now I'll come back to this. I'll take some time. I'll come back to this. Couple of more points. Government does not procure all the crops which are covered under MSP. Government does not procure all the crops covered under MSP. It's a fact. If you ask me, sir, why? That why does government not procure all the crops? My dear, do you think government of India requires all of these crops? Think of it. Right? Please think of it. Do you think government of India requires all of these crops? No. Government doesn't require. What is the use for the government to purchase all of these? Right? The only reason government procures in the market is for distribution purposes. So whatever crops they will require, they will purchase as per their requirement. Right? Even for example, wheat. Do you think all the wheat that is produced in India is purchased by the government? No, it doesn't make any sense. Right? Do you think all the wheat or paddy that is cultivated in India, all of it will be purchased? No. Government says, I will require so much amount of food grains, I will purchase as per my requirement. So government announces MSP for 23 crops, but it doesn't procure all the crops. All the quantity is not procured. Many farmers will make their own arrangement to sell the crop in the market. That's a fact now, because government doesn't procure all the crop, all the 23, and even that they procure, complete production will not be procured. Many farmers will make their own arrangements to sell the crop in the market. Look at the next point. HLC. HLC stands for High Level Committee. HLC stands for High Level Committee. The High Level Committee, which was headed by Shanta Kumar, we'll discuss the recommendations later, says that only around 6% of the farmers actually get the benefit of MSP in India. And finally, states, in addition to the central government, will announce bonus over, after, or above and over MSP. Okay, done. So these are certain points regarding the concept of MSP. Next one is, how does government decide MSP? On what basis the MSP is paid? I'll discuss the cost of production later. But before that, let's take a break. Before that, anybody has got any kind of questions, please do let me know. Sir, what is haircut concept in banking? Haircut concept simply means you are supposed to collect back, let's say 100 crore. You are supposed to collect back 100 crore. You will not be able to recollect 100. You will collect only, let's say, 20 crore rupee. So rather than collecting 100 crore, if you collect only 20, you will say you have got a haircut of 80 crore. That is, you have sacrificed 80 crore rupee in the process of recovering the money. That is a haircut. Please explain again first sentence calculation methodology. Again, do you understand what I say? USA follows a different methodology of calculation. India follows a different methodology of calculation. Right? Government of India does not agree with USA's methodology. Reason behind the use of blue box, I've already addressed it. Right? Government wanted to control, limit the production, divert more and more land for other crops. Please explain second point again. What is the second point? Many farmers, right? Hare Baba. Imagine I've cultivated rice. Out of 100 kg, only 20 kg was purchased by government. Remaining 80 kgs, will I not take it to the market, sell it? That is the second point. Why rice is not covered under MSP? My dear, my dear, my dear. Right? When I write paddy, paddy is nothing but rice. Arre Baba, you people have lot of general knowledge. You have lot of general knowledge. Right? Paddy means, have you seen rice grain with a husk? Yes or no? Rice grain with a husk is called as paddy. You remove the husk. Now you'll ask me husk. Husk is outer coating. You remove the husk, what is left is rice. So paddy is nothing but, it's a precursor of rice only. Okay. What was the farm bill? Not required now. All of that has been withdrawn. Farm bills, all the three farm bills have been withdrawn. Not required. Can government provide MSP for perishable crops? Because Maharashtra government has provided for tomato. Many state governments do it. Kerala government also does it. Central government doesn't do it. But again, they can do it, because please understand, it's not that it is there in constitution. So if they want to provide it, they will have to amend the constitution, etc. No, right? There is no concept of the constitutional mandate here. It's executive authority. Can they change it? Of course, yes, they can change it. For example, today government of India is providing tomatoes at subsidized prices through NAFED at various places. Have you read about it? Through NAFED, Government of India is providing tomatoes at subsidized prices in many places, in many states. Right? So argument is simple. It is up to the government. They can change the policy as per their liking. Okay. What is bonus or MSP? Bonus is paid by the states in addition to MSP paid by the central government. So please calls under WTO was about the end in 2017. It was initially announced for 4 years. It was initially announced for 4 years, because the logic was that in 2013 there was Bali conference. So in 2015 again there will be one more conference. In 2017 again there will be one more conference. So in the next two conferences we'll be able to get the final solution. We'll have a final solution. We were not able to arrive at a final solution. That's a reason, although there was a due date, right? It was supposed to be implemented for 4 years. Now it has been extended. Until and unless a final solution is obtained, right, the peace clause will continue. What do you mean by tur, urad, and kopra, my dear? Right? You should not be asking these kind of questions. Right? Please check it. No, tur is a dal. And I'm actually surprised. Are you not eating tur dal at home? Right? Please check. Please ask your parents. Tur dal, urad dal, kopra is coconut. Please don't ask such questions. Please do not display to me that you are not even having any awareness. Please don't do that. Who decides the MSP? Who decides the FRP? FRP recommendation is given by CSCP. Decision is done by Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. It is always CCA which will approve and decide. Okay, done. Let's take a break. We'll restart the discussion again at 8:25. We'll restart the discussion again at 8:25. Okay. Let's start then. Am I audible? I'm audible to all of you. Okay, done. Let's start. So now, whenever you read the newspaper, the government announces that the MSP paid by them. The government announces MSP, that is, MSP is equal to 150% of cost of production. MSP is equal to 150% of cost of production. Now, question is, what is this 150% of cost of production? And why does government announce 150% of cost of production? Right? Please understand, government says, if you have spent, let's say 100 rupees, or if you have spent 200 rupees, I should be able to give you 50% extra. Is the logic okay? I'll repeat it again. Why does government announce a MSP is equal to 150% of cost of production? Government says, if you have spent X amount of money, if you have spent 100 rupee, 200, 500, whatever the expenditure that you have done for the cultivation, I should be giving you, by purchasing, I should be giving you 50% more than that. I should be giving you a returns of 50% over your investment. But now question is, what is this cost of production? Who calculates cost of production? Who recommends cost of production? The Commission for Agriculture Cost and Prices, CACP, Commission for Agriculture Cost and Prices, actually calculates cost of production. And please understand this, I'll just slightly enter into optional level. I will slightly enter into optional level. There are different types of cost of production calculated by CACP. We have A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, C2, C3 is there, C2 star is there, etc. So I hope you understand there are multiple types. There are multiple types of cost of production. But for UPSC, please do not worry about all of them. You can check. None of the books will actually cover all of this. For only optional level, all of this is required. So for GS paper 3, what is actually required? These three simple concepts are required. One is A2 cost of production. Second one is A2 plus FL. Third one is C2. Okay. So one is A2 cost of production. One is A2. Second one is A2 plus FL. And third one is C2. Right. These three more than sufficient for UPSC paper, GS paper 3. Now let's start. Let's start. What is this A2? What is A2 plus FL? And what is C2? Let's start. Imagine, I will quit teaching. I will go to my hometown and start farming. Imagine, I'm not doing it, but imagine. So imagine I'll decide, okay, teaching is not for me. Anyways, how much ever I teach, students will keep on arguing that economics is difficult. So I will decide, okay, enough is enough. I'll stop. I'll go to my hometown, start cultivating, start farming. Now, point number one, when I start cultivating, will I spend money on inputs? Let me know. Will I spend money on my inputs? Of course, answer is yes. Nothing is available free. Something has to be spent. Sir, what do you mean by inputs? What about expenditure on seeds? What about expenditure on irrigation? What about expenditure on labor, etc.? Right? And let's say hypothetical numbers: seeds, irrigation, labor plus fertilizers. I will throw in arbitrary numbers here just to make you understand. Imagine the cost was seeds 100 rupee, irrigation 200 rupee, labor 400 rupee, and fertilizer 300 rupee. And I'll take a very simple number here. Imagine I will use 2 units of labor. 2 people per day, I'm paying 200. That will become 200 into 2. So now please do let me know. Can I say sum total of all of this is 1000 rupee? Is the logic okay? Sum total of all of this is 1000 rupee. So whatever is this calculation, this is called as A2 cost of production. This is called as A2 cost of production. Meaning what? Please have a look at it. The A2 will cover all the input expenses incurred by the farmer on seeds, fertilizer, labor, power supply, and water. And in this example, how much is A2 cost of production here? Please do let me know. How much is A2 cost of production? 1000 rupee. All of you okay? Now next point. Next point. When I am cultivating on my farm, along with the two people whom I've hired, I will also work on the farm. Correct? Anybody has a problem? I will also, along with the two more people, I will work on the farm. My spouse will also work on the farm. Although she will not be happy, and she'll keep on complaining against me, cribbing against me, right? From that state, you have brought me to right farming activity now, but she will also work. So I am working on the farm. My wife, my spouse is also working on the farm along with two labor. But think of it, at the end of the day, I will pay wages only for the other two people. Will I pay wages to myself? Has anybody seen that happening? Will I pay wages to myself? Will I pay wages to my spouse? No. Right? Imagine doing that. Right? And then kind of scoldings will get. So what is the logic here? In case of A2, in case of A2, we have paid money for the labor, but we have not counted how many family labor units I've used. How many family labor units I've used? I've not used that in the calculation of A2. So imagine I will pay myself 200 rupees because I also have worked, and I pay 200 rupees to my spouse also because she also worked on the field. So total now, can I say 1000 rupee plus family labor? 1000 plus family labor will be how much now? It will be 1400. Anybody has a problem? Right, 1400. Now can I call this 1400 as A2 plus FL? What is FL? FL is nothing but family labor. Can I call this 1400 as A2 plus FL, family labor? So, right, I hope you understand this now. Second one is A2 plus FL. FL is nothing but family labor. Family labor is used, but we don't pay wages to family labor because we are working on our own field. This was not counted in A2, but will be counted in A2 plus FL. And remember the next point, this is very important. Whenever government announces MSP right now, whenever the government is announcing MSP, generally they will use A2 plus FL. Whenever the government Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs announces MSP, they will use A2 plus FL. They'll say 150% of A2 plus FL, which means, can I say, according to this example, if I cultivate this crop, give it to the government, then government will give me 2100 rupee. All of you are okay with this? If I cultivate this crop, for which MSP is right 1400, assuming MSP policy covers this crop, I'll get 2100 from the government. All of you are okay? Now let me go to the third one, C2. Let me go to the third one, C2. Most comprehensive between all the three. I repeat, most comprehensive between all the three. Sir, how 2100? My goodness. My dear, please use the calculator. 150% of 1400, you tell me how much will be that number. Right? 150% of 1400, you tell me how much will be that number. You will get the answer. So let me go to the third one, C2. Right? Third one is C2, concept of comprehensive, one more type of costing, C2. Now, what is this C2? C2 is much more bigger, much more comprehensive. What CACP says is, I will consider all these expenditures. I will consider all these expenditures. How much money was paid out from my pocket on seeds, fertilizers, right? Plus labor, plus family labor. But in addition to all of it, I repeat, in addition to all of it, what if, understand this, what if I take a land on rental basis, I will pay land rent. Think of it. In addition to all of this, imagine the land I'm using for cultivation, it is not my own land. I've taken the land on rental basis from somebody else. Right? I did not count land rentals earlier. So I will add land rentals now. What if I spend 100 rupee to purchase certain asset rather than keeping 100 rupee in the bank account? Am I foregoing interest on it? Please participate now. I have 100 rupee. I will use the 100 rupee to purchase an asset for the land rather than keeping 100 rupee in the bank account. Am I foregoing interest on it? Of course, yes. So interest that has been foregone, etc. Some of you are saying no. How, my dear? If you have 100 rupee, rather than keeping it in FD, you will use the 100 rupee to purchase something else. Is it not opportunity cost? Is the interest not opportunity cost for you? Think, no, we have discussed opportunity cost in the first class. So argument is land rentals, earlier they were not counted. Interest on capital assets, they were not counted earlier, but all of these are the expenditures. So that is the reason, look at C2 now. C2 in addition to everything else, right? Expenditure on seeds, fertilizer, family labor, other labor, irrigation. In addition to all of it, I will consider other expenditures such as interest that have foregone on my capital assets or land rentals that I've paid because I'm using a rental land. All these expenditures will also be counted in calculation of C2. Now, based on this, can I simply say C2 will be bigger than A2 plus FL? Think of it. Based on this, can I simply say C2 will be greater than A2 plus FL? And can I say A2 plus FL will be bigger than just A2? A2 plus FL will be bigger than just A2. Right? So remember, three cost of productions are there. In fact, again, I'll repeat it. Just optional point here, optional point. Not just three, there are many more. A1 is there, A2 is there, B1, B2, A2 plus FL, C1, C2, C2 star, C3. Multiple types of cost of productions are there. Do you need to read all of them for UPSC GS paper? Not at all needed. Only three are mentioned in the newspaper. These are very famous. Please remember it. Government announces based on A2 plus FL, 150% of A2 plus FL. But remember one more committee recommendations. One more committee recommendation. There is Swaminathan committee. There is a very old committee, Swaminathan committee. I'm pretty sure all of you heard of Mr. M.S. Swaminathan. Correct? All of you have, I'm pretty sure you've heard of Mr. M.S. Swaminathan. Sir, where in UPSC nobody has told us high school? High school, not now, but at least high school. Who is the father of Indian Green Revolution? Who is the father of Green Revolution? M.S. Swaminathan, right? So that's the reason. Right. So Swaminathan committee recommended that government should announce MSP based on C2, not A2 plus FL. But basically, even today, government announces on A2 plus FL. Okay, so these are the three types of cost of production. Please be very, very careful. Questions have been asked earlier also by UPSC, can be asked again by UPSC. Now, let me go forward. What if government will provide a legal validity to MSP? A legal bill, a law will be introduced by MSP, for MSP by the government. What is the advantage? What is the concern? I'm doing a critical evaluation. Please listen to me very carefully. Point number one. Right now, government procures a very few crops out of all the 23 crops. Now imagine government will legalize MSP, means bring in a law and say that government will procure all the crops. Please tell me, will it provide benefit to more farmers or not? Think of it. Will it provide benefit to more farmers or not? Right? Of course, yes. Now point number two. Please understand this very carefully. There are two concepts called as a surplus state and a deficit state. Surplus state and deficit state. Now, what do you mean by surplus state? Let's imagine government is providing 5 kgs per person and there are only 10 people for whom the food grain should be given in the state 1. I repeat, listen to me very carefully now. Imagine government is giving 5 kgs per person in state 1 and there are only 10 people who are supposed to receive the food grain. So can I say government will require 50 kgs of food grain in state 1? Government will require 50 kgs in state 1. Second state, imagine there are 20 people who are supposed to be given 5 kgs of food grain, which means government should get 100 kgs of food grains, should have 100 kgs to provide to the beneficiaries. But what if I were to say, what if I were to say production of this crop in the state 1 is 200 kgs and production of this crop in the second state is only 20 kgs? Production of this crop in the state 1 is 200 kgs and in state 2 it is only 20 kgs. Now please look at the numbers and tell me, can I call state 1 as surplus state? Let me know. Please look at the numbers. Right? Don't look at me. Please look at the numbers. Can I say state 1 is a surplus state? And can I call state 2 as a deficit state? And don't you think government will be more focused on purchasing more of crops from the surplus state, moving them to state 2? Arey Baba, how 200 kg production? Production is 200 kg, right? That's the reason I asked you to listen to me very carefully before I start explaining. I said production, let's say it is 200 kgs, right? So can I say state 1 is surplus? So government will be more focused on procuring in second state rather than first state. That is the importance. That is the importance of surplus and deficit. Will provide guaranteed returns to the farmers irrespective of whatever the market prices. Farmers from other states will also get the benefit now. Rather than being focused only on the surplus state, all the states will be focused now. It will address the issue of farmer distress. Lot of farmers are taking loans, cultivating. Market prices have crashed. They will take another loan. They will fall into lot of debt. Coverage of the farmers. Coverage of the farmers. That is how much money they will earn. How many farmers will be covered under this? Right? Overall India, the coverage of the farmers will be improved because of this. These are certain advantages. Having said so, are there any issues? Are there any concerns regarding this? Point number one, if government will start procuring all the crops, what will happen to expenditure burden for the government? What do you think will happen to subsidy burden for the government? Subsidy burden will be very high. That's a problem. Second, if you start procuring all these crops, what will happen to agreement on agriculture 10% limit? Right? What do you think will happen to, right, the burden, right, for government of India plus, right, 10% limit under agreement on agriculture? You will start violating that also. Third one, if government will purchase all of it, where will they store? Think of it. Where will they store? Because next we'll discuss, most probably tomorrow we'll discuss this. We do not have sufficient storage capacity in India. That's a fact. We do not have sufficient storage capacity. So where is the storage availability? Where can they store? That is also not possible. Next, please think of it. Imagine you're a farmer. Okay. Imagine, please think of it very carefully. Government says guaranteed any crop which is covered under MSP, any crop guaranteed, I will give you 40 rupees per kg. I will give you 40 rupees per kg. Now you tell me, if government is guaranteeing you 40 rupees per kg, will you sell it to anybody else in the open market at less than 40 rupees per kg? Think of it. If government says any crop under MSP, don't worry, bring it to me, I will give you 40. Will you sell it at less than 40 to anybody else in the market? No. You will sell it at 42. You will sell it at 45. You will sell it at 46. Which means the traders in the market. Trader means middleman. Middleman, middleman who will purchase from the farmers, sell it to us, sell it to me, sell it to you, sell it to your relatives. Those traders, now can I simply say, they will have to pay more money for it? Is it okay? They will have to pay more money for it. And if they pay more money, what do you think will happen to food inflation? What do you think will happen to price burden on the customers? Buyers in the market. Don't you think food inflation will start increasing? Burden on the customers will also start increasing. Done? Right? So that is basically the impact all of it. Impact of all of it. In fact, please understand this. Right now itself, there is always a concern that whenever government increases MSP, whenever the government increases MSP, it might have an impact on inflation. You can check it. RBI governor has stated this couple of months ago. Whenever government increases MSP, it might lead to certain impact on inflation. How so? If government will increase MSP, farmers will sell more of their crop to government of India. All of you are okay with this? I'll repeat it again. If government increases MSP, farmers will sell more of their crop to government of India because they want to get MSP. And if they sell more of their crop to the government, what will happen to supply in the open market? Supply in the open market will go down. And if the supply will go down, what will happen to market prices? Market prices will start increasing. Is it not going to cause inflation in the domestic market? Of course, yes. It might add to inflationary trend. That is the reason RBI governor very often keeps on saying that government should not keep on increasing MSP to very high level. It might contribute to inflation in the domestic market. Done? And finally, right, how will the MSP decided? How is the government going to decide MSP? Please tell me, if you're a farmer, would you want to get 150% of A2, A2 plus FL or C2? If you are a farmer, would you want to get 150% of A2, A2 plus FL or C2? All of you should be very clear now. Sir, I want to get 150% of C2. So question is, if government will provide a legal MSP, legal backing to MSP, will they provide 150% in the first place? What if they will say, okay, I will give you legal binding MSP, but now I will give you 100% of A2? Tell me, will the farmers get the benefit? Government says you want a legal guarantee. Okay, I'll bring MSP law and I'll give you legal guarantee, but I will give you 100% of A2. Right? So I hope you understand how the MSP will be decided. On what basis the government might announce MSP once it is legalized, that will also have an impact on, right, the earnings. So these are certain very important concerns or issues as well as advantages regarding the concept of MSP, legal backing to MSP. Why we are considering traders? They are anyhow profit also. They don't have any input. My dear, you will not purchase wheat directly from the farmer. Please do let me know. When you purchase any product in the market, do you think farmer is going to sell you directly? Will you not purchase this wheat through more superstore? Will you not get this rice from, right, the seller in your locality? That's the reason middlemen are very important. Right? If they purchase at a higher price from the farmer, they will sell it at a much higher price, right, to the consumer. That's the point I'm making here. Okay. Food subsidy. Next, how farmers from other side will get benefit? My goodness. My dear, do you listen to the point when I said right now government is more focused on procurement from surplus states? That's the reason you will have to listen to me very carefully. If you keep on asking, repeat this, repeat this, repeat this, if I keep on repeating everything, we will take 1 year to complete GS paper 3 economics. Trust me. Even then it will not get over. After 1 year also you'll say repeat it. Right? So I said right now the focus of government of India is on surplus states. Right? Focus is not so much on deficit states, it is on surplus states. If government will provide legally guaranteed MSP, irrespective of whether this is a surplus, a deficit, whether it is crop A, B, C, doesn't matter. Because it is legally guaranteed, you will be able to sell it to government. All the farmers will start getting the benefit. Okay. Next concept of food subsidy. What do you mean by food subsidy? I'll come back to this. Just give me some time. I'll come back to this. Let me finish up NFSA first, then I'll go back to food subsidy. What is NFSA? National Food Security Act. It was introduced in 2013. It was introduced in 2013. NFSA was introduced in 2013. Under NFSA, Government of India says the beneficiaries will be identified. That is, two-thirds of total India's population will be identified, and these beneficiaries will be provided food grains at subsidized prices. I will repeat the statement. We are going to identify the beneficiaries, and these beneficiaries will be given food grains at lower price, subsidized prices. And to do that, to basically distribute the food grains, we will have a system of shops which is called as a public distribution system. Public distribution system refers to connection. Basically, the connection of all these fair price shops, ration shops, which has been created to procure and distribute food grains. For example, follow the system now. Step number one is farmer will cultivate the crop. The government, that is Food Corporation of India, will procure the food grain from the farmers. And when I say procurement here, there are two types of procurements which are done. Please follow this carefully. One is called as a decentralized procurement. First one is called as a centralized procurement. One is a decentralized, second one is a centralized. What do you mean by centralized? Food Corporation of India, either directly or through the state government, will procure food grains and then distribute it to different states. I'll repeat it again. Food Corporation of India, either directly or through state government agencies, will procure food grains. This is called a centralized pool. They will purchase the food grain and then will distribute it to different states. This is called as centralized procurement. On the other side, what is decentralized? State government will procure means purchase. State government will purchase, store and distribute food grains. Don't say both are one and the same. Listen very carefully. Centralized Food Corporation of India, either directly or through the state agencies, will procure and then distribute the food grains to different states like this. Whereas in case of decentralized, state government itself will purchase, store and itself will distribute the food grains. That is a decentralized. And for whatever activity they will do under decentralized, for whatever activity the state governments will do here, central government will provide money for them. Right? Central government will give them money. That is how centralized and decentralized activities are conducted. Now come back to the point here. Farmer will cultivate. The government through agencies will basically procure the food grains at MSP, and if there is bonus, they'll pay the bonus as well. The state government will get the food grains from the central government. Now state governments will set up fair price shops throughout the state. State government will identify the beneficiary. State government will identify the beneficiary and distribute food grains to the beneficiaries. This is how public distribution system in India will actually work out. Now, why do we require public distribution system? Because please understand, government in 2013-2014 introduced a system called as, right, the National Food Security Act, which is nothing but targeted distribution. Under National Food Security Act, government says two-thirds of total India's population, two-thirds of total India's population, that is basically the 2011 census population. Okay, 2011 population, two-thirds of total India's population will be covered under this, which is somewhere in the range of 80 to 81 crore people. 80 to 81 crore people. So out of this, 50% of the population in urban area will be covered. 75% of rural population will be covered. 50% from urban India, 75% from rural India. We had that doubt. Sir, why? Why 50 and 75? Why not equal? My dear, simple answer to that. Where do you think poor people are more in India? Where do you think people are more in India? right? Do you think in rural India or urban India? It is rural India. Point number two, the beneficiaries under this, will have to be identified by the state government. Identify them, state government will identify the beneficiaries. Point number three, the beneficiaries are further divided into two parts. One is, basically the priority households. Remember this carefully. One is priority households, PHH, priority households. Second one is called as Antyodaya households. One is priority households, the second one is Antyodaya households. Meaning what? Let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine there are two beneficiaries. One person is earning 10,000 rupees, right? 10,000 rupees per year, not month, per year. One person is earning 10,000 rupees per year, and another person is earning, let's say, 1,000 rupee per year. Now, please answer to my question. Do you think it is fair for the government to distribute same quantity of food grains for both of them? Is it fair? Right? Does it make sense to you? Of course, Can I say people who are very poor, people, that is houses which are very poor, these are poor within the poor only. I hope you understand. These are poor within the poor. So poorest of the poor should be given more coverage. That is the reason poorest of the poor will be covered under one more scheme called as Antyodaya Anna Yojana. And if you are identified under Antyodaya Anna Yojana, 35 kgs per family, per house, per month will be provided to you. If you have a card, this is called as an Antyodaya card. If you have 35k, sorry, if you have a Antyodaya card per family, generally we assume family size of 5 people. So per family, 35 kgs of food grains are given per month. But if you're identified as a priority household, then per person, 5 kgs of food grains are provided. 5 kgs of food grain are provided. And right now, please remember this year, these food grains, either you are a PHH or AAY, these are provided currently at free of a cost. Please remember this point. Currently free of a cost. For this year, Government of India says we will provide these food grains free of a cost. Okay. Now, it will also propose, right, under NFSA, it will also propose Aadhaar. It proposes utilization of Aadhaar. It proposes utilization of ICT, information communication technology, etc., etc. All these are basically the points. Apart from this, there is a grievance redressal mechanism. Grievance redressal means if you have any kind of a complaint, if you're unhappy with certain services provided by the ration agency, etc. So there is a grievance redressal mechanism. At the state level, at the district level, officers are appointed. If you have any complaints, you can file with these authorities. Okay, done. Right? That is basically concept of NFSA, National Food Security Act. Sir, it is 5 kg per person, not 35, I think. My dear, I did not say 35 kg per person. I said 35 kg per month for a family. Listen, that's the reason you will have to listen carefully. Right? If you don't trust me, this is the picture I've taken from the Department of Food and Public Distribution. Have a look at it. Antyodaya Anna Yojana, it is 35 kgs per family per month. For priority household, it is 5 kgs per person per month. Okay. Now, let me add one current affairs point here. Let me add one current affairs point. One nation, one ration card. Before you start asking what is the long form, please look at the long form here. One nation, one ration card. Now, what is this one nation, one ration card? In simple terms, it will provide a portability of ration cards. It will provide a portability of ration cards. Now, what is this portability? Point number one, please do let me know. Under NFSA, the beneficiaries are identified by the respective state governments. Is the point one, all of you okay with this point number one? Under point number one, the beneficiaries under NFSA are identified by the state governments. Now imagine I'm a beneficiary along with my family. Okay. For my family, which has let's say 5 people, one ration card has been issued. I will take this ration card to the ration shop and they will give me 5 into 5, 25 kgs. Now what if I will move from state 1 to state 2 in search of livelihood? I'm a migrant labor. I will move from state 1 to state 2, right, in search of livelihood. Now please think of it now. I have moved to another state. Am I a beneficiary in the second state? Think of it. Am I a beneficiary in the second state? No, because the state government too has identified their own beneficiaries. I'm a beneficiary in the state one, but not in the second state. So is there a danger that I may not get food grains where I'm staying? Yes. So government of India says, don't worry, we will introduce a new concept. We'll introduce a new concept. What is the new concept? One nation, one ration card. What happens under ONORC? Simple idea. I will go to the ration shop. The picture is given here. Please have a look at it. I will go to the ration shop. I will provide my thumbprint. I will simply provide my thumbprint, right, in the second state now. Now the system will say I'm a beneficiary. Whether I'm in a state 1, state 2 doesn't matter. The system shows that I'm a beneficiary under National Food Security Act. So in the second state, despite though I'm not a beneficiary in the second state, I will provide my thumbprint. I will authenticate myself. I will prove that I'm a beneficiary so that even in the second state, I will get 5 kgs of food grains. All of you are okay with this? Through this, can I say government is promoting portability of ration cards? Whether you're a beneficiary in state 1, state 2, district 1 or district 2 doesn't matter. As long as you're a beneficiary, provide your thumbprint, prove that you're a beneficiary and keep taking food grains. That is one nation, one ration card. It is being implemented by the Department of Food and Public Distribution. Please remember, question can be asked on this. Right? This can be asked in UPSC. Which department is the nodal authority can be asked. Please remember this. There are two systems which are actually used. There are two portals. What are the two portals? One is called as the IMPDS, Integrated Management of Public Distribution System, and second one is called as Anna Vitran Portal. Anna Vitran Portal, Integrated Management of Public Distribution System. It will record all the interstate transactions. All the interstate transactions are kept in this portal. Why, sir? What is the logic? Please tell me, if you are the Prime Minister, don't you want to find out because of migrant labor how much additional food grains would be required in the state of Gujarat, in the state of Maharashtra, in the state of, right, let's say Karnataka, Tamil Nadu? So you need a data, you need a set of data to find out, okay, generally this is the demand in the state of Tamil Nadu because of migrant labor. This is the demand, right, from this state because of migrant labor, etc., etc. So have a look at this. That is the reason we have two systems. One is you maintain transactions of interstate so that you can plan accordingly, and second one you have Annavitran, which will manage or which will hold transactions of all the intrastate. Intra means within the same state, whether it could be within the same district or different districts, etc., etc. Okay, done. Right. So all of these are the importance of ONORC. And I'm unable to understand why you people are not able to understand what I'm explaining here. There are two students who are asking me, sir, if labor will move from one state to another state, how will the other state come to know how much food grains they will have to store? My dear, then what is the use of IMPDS? I don't know what you're listening to. I don't know what you're looking at. Then tell me, what is the use of IMPDS for you? I was discussing the same thing. IMPDS will give you data regarding how much is a interstate demand. So can you not plan according to that? Can you not plan according to that? Okay. Sir, but some people who are not beneficial are also taking. Where is that example? You tell me. Where is that example? You tell me. Right? Where can you say some people who are not beneficiaries are taking? If somebody is giving you without authenticating, if there is a ration shop, if they are giving you without taking your authentication, then it is their fault. They are not supposed to do that. But I don't know, where have you seen it? No, it doesn't happen. But you are saying it happens. Tell me the examples. Okay, done. This is how, right, technology is being used now. Let me add one more technology. Let me add one more technology here. Have you heard of food grain ATMs? Let me know. This is right, introduced in recent times. There's a concept of food grain ATMs. What is this idea of a food grain ATM? Imagine you'll go to a ration shop. Imagine you'll go to a ration shop. What is the guarantee that the owner there will give you 5 kgs of food grains? What if he shows you a 5 kg weight, but actually it is not 5 kg weight, it is 4 kg weight? So is there a scope of customers, that is beneficiaries, right, being cheated there, underweighing? Right, they might simply have a weight of 4 kg, but they'll say this is 5 kg, they will wait and give it to you. So one, lines could be a problem. Line, right, the queue in front of the shop could be a problem. Second, weighing, correct weighing is also a problem. So now Government of India says we'll introduce a new system called as food grain ATM. In food grain ATM, what happens? There is a machine. Okay, there is a machine. Food grains are filled in the machine, just like the ATM, money ATM. So food grains are already there. If you are a beneficiary, you will have to go. There is a panel. Enter your Aadhaar number. Authenticate your fingerprint. Right? There is a scanner. Authenticate your fingerprint. Now automatically the machine will come to know that you are a beneficiary, and from the bottom, right, there's an opening here. 5 kgs of food grains will be dispensed. 5 kgs of food grains will be released from the machine. Right? So you take a bag, fill the bag with 5 kgs and go home. So now tell me, is there a problem of underweighing here in the food grain ATM? Let me know. Is there a problem of underweighing? Underweighing problem will not happen because it is a machine. Second, right, do you think there will be long queues in front of these machines? No, machines just like water ATM, cash ATM. Now we are going to install food grain ATM nearby the ration shops. Right, so this is a proposal. Some of the states we are doing it, but it will take time to extend it to all of India. Now, last point for today. After this, we'll take questions. Concept of food subsidy. Last point today. Okay. After this, we'll take up questions. What is food subsidy? There is a term called as economic cost of food grains. There is a term called as economic cost of food grains. What is this economic cost? How much is the money that is spent by the government to purchase and distribute food grains? Very simple. I'll repeat it again. How much is the money spent by the government to procure and distribute food grains? It is called as economic cost of food grains. So what do you mean by money spent for procurement and distribution? Follow the sequence very carefully here. Step number one, can I say Food Corporation of India will go to the market, purchase food grains? Anybody has a problem with this? Step number one, Food Corporation of India will go to the market and purchase food grains. And when they purchase food grains, what is the price they will pay? They will pay, if MSP is there, they will pay only MSP. But apart from MSP, what if the state government is paying bonus? So is it not the price also incurred for procurement? So can I call this as procurement cost? Let me know. Can I call this as procurement cost? Bonus plus MSP. Can I call this as procurement cost? But please think of it. Once you have paid money, does it mean that food grains are there in the warehouse? Please think of it. You are there in the market now. You pay money to the farmer. Does it mean food grains are there in the warehouse? No. After this, will you not bag the food grains? Bag means you'll purchase, right, let's say jute bags, and you will fill, right? The jute bags with the food grains. So bagging charges will be there. Now, once you have bagged the food grains, you'll have to load them into the truck. So labor charges will also be there. Correct? Labor charges will also be there. And you're buying all of these food grains in a market. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Have patience. You'll buy all of these food grains in the market, which is called as a APMC Mandi. So Mandi charges will also be there. Again, I repeat, you'll purchase all these food grains in the mandi, right? You'll have to pay certain charges because you are purchasing, you are using infrastructure in a mandi, which is called as mandi charges. Sir, what is this mandi? Who controls mandi? You'll understand that tomorrow. Have patience. So I will call these as procurement incidentals. I will call these as procurement incidentals. It is not yet over. Have patience. Many of you are saying, where is this? Where is that? All of that will come. Now, can I say you will move the food grains to go down or warehouse. You will move the food grains into the go down or warehouse, which means again you will incur a lot of expenditure here also. Now, when you keep it in a warehouse, please tell me, electricity you will have to pay bills for it. You will have to appoint certain security people. That also there will be a charge. Right? Pest attack will happen, rodents attack will happen. You will have to protect from the rodent attack. You will have to maintain certain temperature. So all of this, can I say again, there are charges for all of this, storage charges. And now you will move these right, you will move these food grains to respective state, let's say, and you will ask a certain person to distribute all of these food grain. Can I say there also certain charges will be incurred? Can I call this as distribution charges? Let me know. Anybody has a problem with this? Don't ask me about mandi charges. Mandi will discuss tomorrow. But apart from that, anybody has any doubt in any of the points that I've written? So now can I simply say, for the government to procure and distribute food grain, all these expenditures are incurred. Anybody has a problem? For the government to procure and distribute food grain, all these expenditures are incurred, right? This is basically called as economic cost of food grains. This is called as economic cost of food grains. Point number one. Point number two, right? Point number two, whatever government will procure, all of this government doesn't distribute. I'll repeat the statement. Whatever government will procure, immediately all of it government will not distribute it. Why? There is a concept called as buffer stock. There is a concept called as a buffer stock. What is this buffer stock? Buffer stocks are additional quantity of food grains, extra food grains that are purchased and stored by the government. They will not distribute it immediately. For example, imagine this month the government requires 80 tons of rice. Imagine this month the government requires 80 tons of rice for distribution. Government doesn't procure 80 tons. They will procure extra 20 tons. And they will call this 20 tons as buffer. Why? Think of this. If government doesn't store any amount of food grains today, what if after 2 months there is a floods and supply of rice is very less? Don't you think market prices will start shooting up? Correct? It is happening now. You should read newspaper precisely for this. It is happening right now. Right? Suddenly, if there is an earthquake, excess of floods, rainfall is very low, so supply will become very less. So at that point of time, government says, I will use the buffer stock to supply to the market and reduce the prices. So understand this very carefully. Now can I simply say, government will purchase food grains for distribution purposes, plus government will purchase food grains to hold buffer stock. All of you okay with this? I repeat the statement. Government will purchase food grains for distribution plus for buffer stock. So now food subsidy is basically nothing but how much is the subsidy given by the government when they distribute the food grains, plus how much is the expenditure incurred by the government when they maintain buffer stock. Meaning what, sir? Imagine, let me take a very simple example. Imagine economic cost of food grain for 1 kg of rice, it is 40 rupees. I repeat, economic cost of food grains for 1 kg of rice is 40. What if government will sell it to you at 3 rupees? Can I say government is giving you a subsidy of 37 rupees? Anybody has a difficulty, please do let me know. I'll repeat the statement. Imagine economic cost of food grains is 40. They will give it to you, they will sell it to you at 3 rupees. Can I say subsidy is 37? So how much is the food subsidy on food grains which are issued to the beneficiaries? Why I'm taking number 3 here? Until last year, please remember this. Until last year, this is the last point. Okay. Until last year, under NFSA, rice was given to the beneficiary, sold to the beneficiary at 3 rupees per kg. Wheat was sold to the beneficiary at 2 rupees per kg. Coarse grains were sold to the beneficiary at 1 rupee per kg. But this year, they are not selling at these prices, they are selling it at 0 rupee. Which means in case of food subsidy now, how do you calculate it? The economic cost of food grains for NFSA plus buffer stock cost. All of it okay? This year, I repeat, this year, right, there is no price collected. Government will give it free of a cost to you. Nothing will be charged to you, which means 0 rupee. Means, right, means economic cost of food grain is nothing but food subsidy itself. All of it okay? Right, that is a subsidy incurred under NFSA plus buffer stock. Whatever is the expenditure on the buffer stock. This is how food subsidy will be calculated now. Can we go forward now? Can we go forward? Okay, so that is the end of the discussion that I wanted to have with you people for today. Tomorrow we will continue. Tomorrow we'll continue. So NFSA is over, right? Public distribution system, right? What is the use of it? Who will identify how many beneficiaries are there, etc., etc. Food grade ATM, one nation, one ration card, and a food subsidy. Right? Tomorrow we'll continue from the next slide. Start answering the questions now. Start solving the questions. Okay, 54% have answered correctly. It should be higher, no? The price of any currency in international market is decided by World Bank. Correct? No. World Bank does not participate. Demand for goods and services provided by the country concerned? Yes. Stability of the government of the concerned country? Yes. Economic potential of the country? No, potential does not attract investments. What is the performance will attract the investment? For example, please do let me know. Today, looking at Sri Lanka, will you invest in Sri Lanka based on current situation or the future potential? Think of it, right? Don't you think most of you will simply say, sir, right, Sri Lanka or let's say Pakistan for that matter, right? Many of you, again, some of you are saying future potential. My dear, any guarantee how much will be the growth in Sri Lanka after 1 year? Those who are saying, sir, I will look at future potential, please tell me. Any guarantee how much will be the GDP growth rate of Sri Lanka after 2 years? Can you guarantee it will be out of the problem? If you say yes, sir, Sri Lanka it's possible, then I'll ask you about Pakistan. Any guarantee? No, you cannot guarantee. What is guaranteed is what is the growth currently, right? What is the performance currently, not about the future, right? So economic potential doesn't attract, it is actually the current performance. So 2 and 3 are correct. Right option will be option B, 2 and 3 only. Okay, 60% have answered correctly. Which of the following constitutes a capital account? Foreign loans, example ECB, part of capital or current? Capital account. Foreign direct investment, straightforward, capital account. Private remittances, remittances are part of current account, not capital account. Portfolio investment, portfolio investment. If you have seen the balance of payment picture that I've given to you, right at the bottom part, I've written capital account, FDI, FPI, etc. I've not discussed FDI, I know that. Don't tell me about that. But I've given that. So portfolio investment is also part of capital account. And many of you are trying to remind me I've not discussed FDI, FPI, etc. We'll discuss it. Right? There are a couple of more classes. We'll cover all of it. Please have patience. So right option for the question will be option B, 1, 2, and 4. Okay, right. 78% have answered correctly. The balance of payments of a country is a systematic record of all import and export transactions of a country during a given period, normally year. This is correct. Import and export transactions. They're not saying imports and exports. They're saying any transaction that will lead to inflow of dollars into India and outflow of dollars from India. That's correct. But let me eliminate the remaining. Goods exported from a country during a year. Please tell me, is it balance of payment? If I export goods from India, is it balance of payment? No, it is part of balance of payment. It is just a part of balance of payment. Right? So B is wrong. Economic transaction between the government of one country to another. My dear, what about ECB? Tell me. Many of you are asking why not C? You tell me why should you choose EC? Why should you choose C? Do you think balance of payment is a transaction between one government with another government? I think no. Please think before asking me this question or even answering this question in the UPSC. Why should it be C? Do you think transaction between government of India and government of USA is balance of payment? No. Right? What about imports? What about exports? What about remittances? What about investment income? Where is all that presented? So C is wrong. Part of the transaction, not the complete balance of payment. Capital movements from one country to another country. It is talking about FDI, FPI. What about remittances? What about goods? What about services? All of that is not covered here. So the right option is option A, all the import and export transactions. Okay, right. 46% have answered correctly, but I believe some of you would have made a mistake by not reading the statement correctly. Which of the following are the contributors for the decline of current account deficit? For the decline in current account deficit, restriction on non-essential imports. If there is a right, if there is a restriction on non-essential imports, will the CAD come down or not? Imports will come down, automatically CAD will also be controlled. First one is correct. Export demand slowdown. If exports will start slowing down, which means right, the amount of dollars you will receive will go below or will go lesser, and when this will go below like this, when it will fall, current account deficit will widen. So second cannot be the answer. Increase in exports. If you increase exports, you will receive more dollars, current account deficit will decline. So third one is correct, first one is correct. Right option will be option A, only 1 and 3. Okay, 75% have answered correctly. I'm happy. Convertibility of the rupee implies what? Being able to convert rupee notes into gold. No, that is not convertibility. Did we discuss the concept of convertibility? Let me know. Did we discuss the concept of convertibility? That is how freely you are able to convert your domestic currency into foreign and vice versa. Allowing the value of rupee to be fixed by market forces, that is floating exchange rate. Freely permitting the conversion of rupee to other major currencies and vice versa. Right option is option C here. Okay. Done? Okay. Next one. Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll stop the discussion today here. We'll stop the discussion today here. We'll discuss it later. Don't worry. We'll discuss it. One descriptive question is also there. We'll discuss it later. Done. Okay. So these are the points I wanted to discuss with you people today. Now, if you have any kind of a doubt, please do let me know. Otherwise, we'll stop the discussion for today. So can we say that ONORC will cause a shift from labor to leisure? In Odisha, we had a similar scheme and suddenly the unskilled wage rent went really very high. Whenever subsidies are provided, either way, in cash or kind, whenever subsidies are provided, there is always a concern that this can promote leisure in the market. For example, earlier, couple of years ago, Economic Survey proposed a concept called as Universal Basic Income, UBI, Universal Basic Income. The Universal Basic Income, in essence, is nothing but a certain fixed amount of income will be provided to everyone. So, argument always is that whenever these kind of subsidies are provided, people might simply start getting more security, more safety now, because even if they don't work, they will get the money and they will start enjoying the life rather than working. I'm not saying they should not enjoy. I'm saying rather than working more because they are getting certain security, they may not put in all their efforts. So there is always a concern regarding this. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Any other question? So dollar inflow and outflow, how happens in import and export? My dear, if you are exporting, don't you think dollar will flow into India? If you are importing, don't you think dollar will flow out of India? Okay. Should we attend webinar or Hindu analysis enough? It is entirely left to you. Some people will say, right, I want both. Some people will choose one. Entirely left to you. Okay. Peace clause. Peace clause basically means, it means if a developing country in the process of achieving food security will cross 10% diminished level, then the developed country cannot file a complaint on it. We have discussed this 5 times now. At peace clause, we have discussed this 5 times. All these topics are present in standard books? No. No. right? We again beyond. Let's go beyond book. Let's not just restrict to books only, right? So what I've done is many of the concepts which are there, which are already there in the book, are there in the classroom PPT. Plus, a lot of current affairs is also there. Okay. But sir, when we start a optional preparation, it will not be possible to do all the things. Then again, Baba, that's the reason I said I don't know, right? I don't know how much time you have. I don't know what is your recollection capacity. So it is entirely left to you. According to your plan, you decide. Okay, done. Sir, can I leave? I have college. My dear, leave. I'm not going to discuss any new concept. What is currency manipulation? If the government of India, right, will start devaluing the currency, it can be called as currency manipulation. Equity linked savings scheme, it's not required. ELSS, why do you require a scheme for section 80C under income tax act for UPSC? All of that is not required. Okay, done. So let me stop the discussion today here. Tomorrow we'll pick it up from agriculture sector, right? We'll complete agriculture sector tomorrow. Okay, so take care. See you tomorrow morning again, sharp at 6 a.m.